And as we are all set to begin with our all-new theme of the digital future of Urban Rail, let me once again take a moment and thank all of you for your kind presence. May I also encourage all of you to please head to your social media, share with the world what we're discussing right here. Do remember to tag us and do use our hashtag, please. Let me also take a moment and thank our partners for their trust in us and, of course, for supporting us through the years. A round of applause for all our partners. Of course, the event has been powered by Schneider Electric. Please put your hands together for them. For our silver partners, Mama Cybertech, Jay Kumar, Official Magazine, Construction Week. I promise you some fantastic copies of the same on your tables. And of course, we bring to you this fabulous event by ITP Media. And we look forward to telling you more about them. And who better than our leader to join us to share a few words on how we are ready to really take on the best of the lot and bring to you words like no other. May I request all of you to please put your hands together and extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Indrajit Sahuji, Director, ITP Media Group, here to welcome all of you personally and to tell us more about ITP Media as a group. A round of applause for Mr. Sahuji.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my absolute pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this 11th Annual Metro Rail India Summit. This is our first on-ground event, a full-day conference in Delhi post the pandemic. And I'm delighted to see the hall full to its capacity. Last 2 years have been really challenging for us, both professionally as well as personally. The industry has witnessed the worst in known history, and hopefully we have left the worst behind us. Today I salute each one of you and your fellow colleagues who have braved this and have kept the wheels rolling to ensure last mile connectivity. You all deserve a huge round of applause. Fortunately, we have all gathered here today to learn from each other on how to move ahead smartly and swiftly. India has emerged as the fastest growing market for urban rail system. Currently, 15 plus cities have an operational urban rail network spanning 782 plus kilometers. The network has grown significantly over past 15 to 16 years, up from about 90 kilometers in 2006. New metro rail systems are under construction and bringing about vast changes in 20 plus Indian cities, and at a breathtaking speed for sure. The network has grown, under construction network is around 715 kilometers. Further, about 3,030 kilometers of metro rail network and 373 kilometers of rapid rail transit network is under planning in around 38 plus cities in India. And India is poised to be the hub of rail-related transport, and the world is keenly looking at us. The ongoing pandemic has brought a massive disruptions to all industries, and even rail industry has not been spared. We are suddenly stuck with project delays, labor unavailability, cost overruns, supply chain problems, safety issues, new guidelines, and many such challenges. The emphasis of embracing new technology and digital solutions had never been of much greater importance, and it has really come to a rescue. Today, we are going to discuss and debate what are some of the challenges we face while implementing these projects, how technology can help us overcome these challenges, and speed up the projects while maintaining quality, standards, and budgets. In today's summit, we have the experts and best mind from the industry with us. We'll try to cover the complete ecosystem of metro and high-speed rail in India, what all we can achieve by implementing smart technologies, and how we can design and build a world-class rail network. And finally, a big thank you to all our sponsors for believing in us and helping us bring all the physical events back to the industry again. A big thank you to Schneider, our partner. Thanks, Ashutosh ji. You were really instrumental to make this happen. Bhavan Cybertech, our silver partner. Thank Mr. Mike for all your support. And of course, IBM, thank you so much. Jay Kumar, our silver partner. Thanks, Nalin ji, for believing in us. A big thank you to Avnish Avasthi ji, our guest of honor, for accepting our invite and gracing this occasion. Thank you, sir.
telling us so much more about all that IDP Media does. Of course, you're more than welcome to meet and interact with our team. We'll be more than happy to connect with you. But really, to take forward what he mentioned, how is it that tech can help the urban rail system? How is it that we can become the very best in the world? This platform is going to discuss all that and a lot more. And we are privileged to have amongst us our guest of honor today, who all of us are really looking forward to hearing from. He'll be telling us so much more when it comes to Indian Metro Rail, the plans, the performance, the future strategies. And I'd like to request all of you to please use this platform to interact with them. I'm sure after he's through with his session, he'll be more than happy to take maybe a couple of questions from all of you. So please feel free to engage. But to tell you more about him, may I please extend a very warm welcome to Ms. Jayashree Mendes, editor at Construction Week. A round of applause as she steps forward and introduces our absolutely fantastic guest of honor. Jayashree, all yours.
We would like to welcome Mr. Avnish Awasthi, Chief Advisor to Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, who will speak on Indian Metro Rail plans, performance, and future strategies. Avnish Kumar Awasthi, Advisor to Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, was CEO of Uttar Pradesh Expressways Industrial Development Authority, UPAIDA. The bureaucrat has been working diligently with government projects and companies and has a reputation for being fair, upright, and honest. He received his B.Tech degree in electrical engineering in 1985 from IIT Kanpur. After his graduation, he passed his civil services examination in 1987 and became an IAS officer. Welcome here, Mr. Awasthi.
Good morning, Mr. Indrajit ji, Ashutosh Shukla ji, and our recently found friends here today. I've been asked here to give some inputs, maybe share some views, put some ideas on metro rail and projects for the current and for the future. Well, I'm an engineer by profession, and of course, for the last 5 years, I've worked in the area of infrastructure and expressways, and we in the state of Uttar Pradesh have done about 80,000 crores of expressways on time. And project management is what is the challenge which we have faced under the leadership of Yogi Adityanath ji. We did the Purvanchal Expressway, a project of about 22,000 crores. And you would have seen some of the visuals where the Honorable Prime Minister landed through a cargo airplane on an airfield in Sultanpur. And this project, despite COVID, the 2 waves of COVID, we could manage to do the project on time. And the construction was done by all our partners within time, without any time extension. And that was the challenge before us. The challenge was further helped by me because I was the Home Secretary also at that point of time. And COVID involves management of labor, management of material and resources, and movement of labor and resources during the COVID period with the COVID protocol, and that was the challenge for us. And we did manage it well so that we could keep our entire workforce COVID-free so that there were absolutely no problems on the ground. And we could do the Purvanchal Expressway where the Prime Minister landed on an Air Force transport plane on the expressway, and we went forward. We then further did another expressway, the Bundelkhand Expressway, another project of about 16,000 crores, again on time, before time rather, 4 months before time. And this project again was done, the foundation stone was laid by the Honorable Prime Minister, and the inauguration was done again by him. And of course, we did it 4 months before time. 36 months was the time period, and we did it in about 28, 29 months. Of course, when you make such large projects, there are always some problems. We did further a project of 45,000 crores on BOT, where the Ganga Expressway between Meerut and Prayagraj, which is Allahabad, is already underway. 2 big contractors, IRB and Adani's, have taken up the project, and this project is again on board, and the appointed dates would be given within this week. In fact, one of the appointed dates is being given today, and very soon the other appointed date would be given to the second contractor. So these large projects are on board. So my point to all project managements of large infrastructure projects, including metro, is to manage the movement of material, of course, and manage the movement of labor. What we did in the course of this entire COVID campaign was the large number of labor, 40,000 labor, returned from Maharashtra, Gujarat and other places from all over India. We got them all digitized, and painters, welders, all sorts of carpenters were all digitized, and they were all approached through their mobile numbers so that all our private companies could bring them all these together and get them on board. And this is the challenge before most of us. If private companies are able to build a resource base of manpower which can further take them forward, this is what the challenge is. Get those people trained and take them forward. I have found that most private companies, when they handle big projects, they subcontract their labor part to smaller companies. They further subcontract it to further smaller companies. And the people who come on the ground to do the actual part of work on the ground, they are the ones who are not trained, or they are the ones, Diwali ho gayi, 4 din chutti, Holi ho gayi, 6 din chutti, kuch ho gaya, Vishwakarma Puja ho gaya, 6 din chutti. And my view as a person who has handled large-scale big projects is that unless and until you are able to manage your labor force on the ground, which is handling the project, which is the crux of the problem, unless you are able to manage them well, you cannot and will not be able to take up large projects. So this is my first point of view, that you need to digitize the database available of all the manpower and workforce with you to take it forward. That's one. The second issue which I find, and I would like to put forth before you, is the second line of engineering manpower which is available with us is also tends to move very fast. I have seen with the big private companies which are working on the ground, I went around on all these projects and I used to monitor my projects directly with the engineers on the ground of the private companies. And they would tell me that if UPITA gives them a certificate that they have worked on my project for 2 years, they would get twice the salary in a project in Maharashtra. And they would then suddenly tend to move. So the second line of engineers that we have, the second line of engineering manpower that we have is another which we need to work upon to retain on our big projects. And this is other challenge that we faced on the ground. And I would say that there are any number of industry captains here for metro rail projects. You will need to build a manpower base for the second line of engineering manpower, the young manpower, which you will have to take from the new institutions that are there and train them to take them forward. And these are the two challenges which I feel where digitization, where the training, your career management of the labor force, of the technical force is one of the most important things that will be required to be taken up. Material management is another area where a large number of things need to be worked upon. And material management, particularly bulk purchase of materials, in an environment where steel prices are going up, quality steel at times is not available, quality cement at times is not available, unless and until you have long-term standing with large companies, it is obviously a challenge. And if material is not available on a long-term basis, this again is an issue. But I have found that material management, if you have good people on your back office, that of course is something which one can take forward. As regards UP Metro, you all know, we have the Lucknow Metro which is already operational. I was there on the day when the UP Metro was launched. I was part of that program. I was also there when the Kanpur Metro was launched very recently by the Honorable Prime Minister. I was not there when the Agra Metro got, the foundation stone was laid by the Honorable Prime Minister. I have been involved to an extent in the discussions on the Gorakhpur Metro as well as the Varanasi Light Metro. But I have been directly involved with UPIDA and RITES for the semi-high-speed network which has to come up along the expressways. This is another area where I feel that along expressways, the right-of-way provides about 30 to 40 meters of the right-of-way is available for semi-high-speed trains to come up. And this right-of-way is available for free for maybe an arrangement which can come forth. So there is a plan to build a rail network between Delhi to Varanasi, the Honorable Prime Minister's constituency, right along the expressways. And this is another area where we could think of bringing some of these extended rail networks which could be obviously of use in the future. I have to an extent been involved with the Delhi Meerut RRTS also, and I have been involved with the security systems for the metros, because as Home Secretary, that is also one of the challenges for which most metro networks don't build or don't envisage how security is going to be provided for the metro networks, because they feel that, well, it's the job of the government to provide security, so, well, it will be paid for. We have built in the state of Uttar Pradesh a special security force for providing security in the metro railways, and this is already started. 5 battalions are being raised. So this is another aspect where I would, of course, like to just make a passing remark that security within the metros in the coming future is going to be a challenge. I have obviously a lot of input to give on infrastructure and infrastructure management. Indrajit ji wanted me to come here today. I have to rush back to Lucknow, but I will be very happy to provide any backup for any of the companies which are here to take up infrastructure projects within the metro sector or maybe within any other sector within the state of Uttar Pradesh. I'd like to invite any one of you to be in touch with me or through him or through Construction Week. I would also like to put before you that our Honorable Chief Minister has put this target of a $1 trillion economy. We are only at 0.25 trillion right now. So obviously unless and until we have a large infrastructure, and that includes the urban infrastructure, which obviously means urban transportation, it is going to be a challenge for us to build, and that challenge can only be met through the urban infrastructure that comes up. Urban infrastructure obviously requires a lot of financing. Financing is another area which I would like to just make another passing remark. We in the expressways have done a lot of work on financing. We have to date in expressways been able to finance our expressways to the level of about 29,000 crores through the commercial banks itself, and our interest rates have been hardly at around 6 months MCLR, which was earlier sub 7%. So we at this point of time have an interest rate of about 7.1% only. So that's another area where a lot of work or a lot of innovative work can also happen. But obviously with the problems of the currency, international finance is going to be somewhat costly because of hedging. So that is a problem that we definitely face. So I always keep saying that we should go for financing within the country, and our commercial banks, the nationalized banks, have sufficient liquidity to provide us if our projects are bankable. So once again, I would like to say that the first thing that I would like to emphasize for all big companies which have to do long-term work is to work in the area of their labor force, is to work in the area of their technology persons, which means their engineers, unless and until I have seen big companies, I wouldn't like to name them, big companies who have failed on their projects just because they did not have the proper labor on the ground and they dependent on certain subcontractors which failed miserably. And secondly, I would like to also further state that material and material management in the area where prices keep fluctuating is also another area where we would like to see a lot of work to happen. I would also like to state that Metro should look up projects along expressways so that you could have free land available for making new projects so that land is not an issue and it would bring down the cost of projects for the new metro or the intercity projects could be possible along the roads. So that is also an area where a lot of work can happen. And I would also like to further state that financing of metros is going to be a challenge in the future. Metros cost a lot of money. I have been involved with the Agra Metro where a large number of regulatory clearances, particularly from the ASI and others, is also a challenge. So those issues are also there. But of course, if we work hard, we can reach the solution. Today, I would like to finally tell you that I was traveling with my Chief Minister only about 4 days ago, and we went to Prayagraj, and I told him that it's quite possible that rather than building bridges over the Yamuna, we build something like a tunnel under the Yamuna like what the metro does, and that is also is a possibility. So there is a lot of possibility of building tunnels under rivers so that a Kumbh-like arrangement can be catered for. So all of these things are what I would like and bring forth before you. I'd like to once again thank Indrajit ji for nudging me to come over here. And thank you once again to Construction Week. Thank you once again to all the sponsors here. And I'm sure we will continue to be part of Construction Week and I'll continue to be part of you. Thank you.
It's very heartening to note that road projects are getting completed before time in a country where we are used to just delays. But still I have a question, sir, here. Do we have any benchmark with the world standards? Because if we are comparing ourselves with our past performance, obviously we are doing better. But is there any benchmark with world standards? See, that is what my question is.
We in India have one of the best technical persons available with us. World standards for anything are always available with us. These standards for expressways, I know of them personally. They are quite achievable. The only problem is that if you have to do the world standards right from planning, the first part of execution, all along the execution, then finally the testing, it has to be all done properly. For an expressway, I can just tell you, there is what is called a safety audit. A world standard means the road has to be safety audited before you launch it. Now that is being done. The Ministry of Road Transport has now evolved these standards. So obviously in metro again, most of these things are getting standardized. So it is quite possible. The only issue is that whether you actually implement it or not. Most of the verification is done by third party. If you have a good third party verification done, I can tell you, I can name it, a company like RITES. We had a arm's length rights evaluation of all the things and it was quite possible. But the point is whether you want it or not. The question is, it depends on you. The customer, whether it wants world standard or not. If the customer wants it, it's quite possible. In India, we have all the knowledge base that is required to get world standards. It's absolutely quite possible. But as regards the construction on the ground, large companies do have the wherewithal to do it. But when they sublet to smaller companies, that's where the problem lies. That's where you have certain problems in quality. And I have known biddings. Now, what is happening is when you have cutthroat bidding and you bid much below par, that is where you start cutting corners. That's where we will have problems in the future. There are any number of companies which are bidding below par, and that is where you will have a problem. And that is an issue. Everyone wants to have a slice of the cake, and they bid low. And if you bid below par, then obviously you will have a problem. Thank you.
so very much, Mr. Awasthi. Well, sir actually has to head out, which is why that's the only question that we could entertain at the moment. But
I
like
mean,
this-
I'm giving you a number.
yeah.
The Delhi, sorry, not the Delhi, Lucknow Kanpur Expressway has been bidded out to a company I know very well, which has done work for us, and they have bidded at minus 22%. I asked the owner, how are you going to do this job? And they had no answer. So this will probably be true of metro also. You are going to bid minus 10%, and how are you going to do a job for minus 10%? The industry and all the industry captains have to take a call. And this is the challenge. And all of you would like an order book which is large. So that is going to be, and if you are standardized, everyone will be qualified. If you have 10 qualified bidders, then that's an issue. Thank you, sir.
And as we move forward to our next segment on reliability and operational efficiency of urban transportation and more, we'd like to showcase to you more about a global specialist in energy management and automation. They have operations in over 100 countries. Let's bring to you a glimpse. Can we have the audio visual, please?
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to help power and connect what you do every day. To ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Life is on with Schneider Electric. A round of applause for the work that they're doing in energy management. And to tell us more and also share a lot more on reliability and operational efficiency of urban transportation, may I once again extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Ashutosh Shukla, Director, Mobility Segment, Schneider Electric. A round of applause as he joins us here to address this August gathering.
Good morning, everybody. So you just saw the video. I just want to tell you that we are global specialists in energy and automation, and we definitely don't make lifts. There's a company called Schindler, which has been, we get a lot of calls, lift is not working, can you send your people? So that is what we are not. So today, my presentation is going to revolve around who we are, what do we do, and at the same time, what more we can do, because the theme of the conference is digitization. So what else can be done more than what we are doing today? So we deliver end-to-end solutions for transportation infrastructure, electrification, and associated facilities management. That's our introduction. And if we speak about what are the primary urban transport applications, so we look at power and overhead electrification. We talk about auxiliary power to the stations, and then we have passenger stations. We have data center. We have e-bus depots around it, and this all controlled centrally at the OCC and BCC, as we call them. Now, what are the market challenges? Increased urbanization is clearly a market challenge, which we see. Passenger experience is another challenge, in the sense that how do we bring in more customers towards a metro rail rather than using his own vehicle, last mile connectivity, the user experience. I think that's one of the key areas which we all together have to address. And then digitization and modernization. Of course, metros have been built very recently in the country, but the technology is something which keeps evolving. So how do we do more digitization and bring in more modernization, and thereby associated efficiencies and so on and so forth? Connectivity, global regulations. I think Mr. Awasthi spoke about it. Sustainability. is another challenge because all of the authorities, whether the government or the private companies like us, we have sustainability goals to achieve. So how do we move on that? Now, there are 4 key areas where companies like us operate. We can improve the continuity of operations, the way they exist, and we can provide the smooth and just-in-time customer services. We do more with less and reduce overall energy consumption and carbon footprint, which is the sustainability piece of the overall metro story. So I will talk about, we have a platform called EcoStruxure, where we bring in, at the lower level you find what you call connected products, and then on the middle you have edge layer where you get the local SCADA and local operations being seen. Now this is a standard, up to edge control it is a standard. How do I derive more intelligence out of it? How do I connect this information to the people in general who are on the field, who are on the operations? So that's what we bring is the apps, analytics and services layer, which is basically speaking about how do we advise you more on the assets, how do we improve the efficiencies, how do we improve the overall operations. Now, I'll not go in each of the categories, but these are the main applications within the metros in India and globally. Okay. First piece is reliable electrification. Now, how do we improve the reliability of the overall system? So as we know, we have 2 kinds of system, AC and DC system. So thereby we see, third rail and the 25 kV overhead systems. Now, how do we improve the reliability piece of it is, again, I spoke about the EcoStruxure solution which we offer, in the sense that I get this information from the field products and bring an intelligence to it and pass on that, concrete, actionable information to the people on the ground. So we have, I will not get into the specific application. We have substation automation, we have OCC, we have building management system for at the station level, and so on and so forth. So that's where on the traction side, on the auxiliary power line side, similarly on the passenger experience side, what is important that, today we are seeing that both in the underground and elevated station, we have the building management systems being installed, which was earlier restricted largely to the underground. And here we play a very major role in the sense connecting all your HVAC, your firefighting, your security, CCTV, all things coming on a common platform. And then, of course, this data can also be taken to the OCC level, and thereby improving, once you connect each and every piece of the metro, what you call equipments, like escalators, lifts, firefighting, everything on a common platform, then you can manage them better. You can improve overall experience of your of the customer. So that's where we are present. Operational efficiency, if I speak about, it's largely about the central operations, in the sense that we are seeing OCCs and BCCs being prepared by metro authorities, wherein all the data, all the subsystems, whether it is signaling and telecom, whether your building management systems of the individual stations, where it is your substation automation, SCADA, everything brought together on a common platform at OCC. We do this job for receiving substation, for passenger stations, as well as all this information brought on a common platform. So that's central operations. This is what we do. Now, another trend which we are seeing is, as we see, most of the infrastructure projects today are susceptible to cyber attacks. So what do we do here in this space? We start by providing the audit services to the authorities, not only in metro, but any organization. So with this audit, we tell that what are the loopholes, which are the critical weak links in your system, how those can be improved on the hardware side, and at the same time, how to provide a protection coverage around this infrastructure so that you are up to date and you are cyber secure, and your operations are not under threat of any attackers which are coming from outside attacking the infrastructure. So that's end-to-end cybersecurity that we help our customers. Another thing which we do is green energy procurement. Here, what we do, we provide consulting services to the authorities. It can be any authority. Now, you know, we all have certain, what you call targets for using the green power, right? So we do consulting services to the organization that how do you procure, how do you make power purchase agreement with these authorities, how do we, so we have common platforms like Resource Advisor, where they tell you exactly, you know, how much carbon footprint you're generating, how much green energy you need to buy, how much you can procure, and how much you can generate, and help you creating the, you know, even the agreement with the green energy providers. So that's another exercise which we do. Of course, this is very important from the sustainability point of view, the circular economy, that how do we reduce our carbon footprint? So starting from the installation, we provide products which are green label. Now, when I say green label, which means they not only consume less carbon during the production, but even the end of life cycle. So how do you reduce on the equipment side? How do you reduce your carbon footprint? Secondly, you see a lot of SF6 gas which is being used in the switch gears today. So now, just to give you one example, 1 kilogram of SF6 gas is 23 tons of carbon dioxide footprint. So you can imagine, you know, hundreds of kgs SF6 we use. So how do we make the first, you know, safe disposal of this SF6? Second, what are the means by which we can use SF6-free switchgear going forward? So we provide these field services, and we also advise our customers on how do you, you know, generate more of a circular economy, which means reusability of the products which you have used, and similarly, how do you dump your overall carbon footprint with the way the things you are carrying. Now, this is one slide which I wanted to take 5 minutes on, because the topic of this conference is digitization. So here, if you see, we are present at all the phases of the project, which is design, build, operate, and maintain. Now, on the design side, we have companies which we have not named as Schneider Electric Group companies, but they are independently working in the market. One of them is ETAP. I think most of you who are in the design of the systems, electrical power systems, they know ETAP. ETAP is a Schneider Electric Group company. It helps you in the design and analysis of all your system, right from the concept stage. Second, we are into, you know, if few people would know, there's a company in Germany called RIB, RIB is what we call it. This is a construction management platform. So I'm coming to the build phase of the project. What it does BIM 5D modeling. So 3D BIM is coming from your BIM softwares. We add two aspects of time and cost. So those who are in the project must be knowing that, you know, softwares like Primavera and all, they provide you the scheduling, and the cost piece comes from the SAP. Now, how do you create this 5D BIM model is you create an overarching system, a platform, which connects all these angles together, and then gives you the complete insight on how to, you know, schedule your construction, how is the construction happening versus the timelines, what do you need to do if you want to, you want to advance the construction completion, when do you need to really order your construction materials so that you need not end up with a huge, piled up inventory. So it is helping you at all stages of construction management. We have done this project with Nagpur Metro, and coming from the YouTube videos available, you can see it. Coming from him, they have saved close to 10% cost on the civil construction, and they have been able to save 30% time, construction time, using this construction management software. So that's on the build side that we have. Similarly, ETAP extends right from design to build to operate, wherein, while you're building, you can simulate the complete system in the sense that after you build it, is it performing as per your expectation, the way you did it at the design stage? On this platform, you can do, operator training simulator module also. So if you have a substation automation, you can go for a OTS system, wherein, you can do complete what-if analysis. Today, metro authorities are having, they're facing a lot of challenges on the power system side in the sense that how to train more operators. So this OTS system, I think it's a need for most of the metro. It's already installed in DMRC. It is working in Mumbai Metro. And those which are expanding, they need this operator training simulator. This can be built on the ETAP platform. So these are some of the solutions which Schneider Electric has on all the sides of the, the construction phase to the operate and maintain phase. And they extend to asset management and so on and so forth. I'll not take you to all the pieces of it, but we are present at all the phases. And thank you so much for your time today. Thank you to ITP for giving us a chance to be in this forum. And I'll be here throughout the day. Any questions if you have in mind, you can tell me. I'll walk up to your place and very happy to discuss with you. Thank you so much.
It's now time for us to introduce to you a very special segment of Tech Enables Transport. And to take this further, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Mike Muralidharan, CEO of Bhawan Cybertech, who will soon be joined by Mr. Abhishek Pachori, Channel Sales Manager, IBM Sustainability Software, IBM India. But may I please request all of you to extend a very warm welcome as I'm now joined by Mr. Mike Muralidharan.
Very good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to be here today. And you would have probably just seen the 40-second clip and possibly the board which is behind you, which talks about our partnership with IBM. But as I was seeing that, I found some things very interesting. Of course, BCT, Bhawan Cybertech is known as BCT. And we have been in the industry for about 23 years, of which you would have seen that we have been in partnership with IBM, a BCT, a three-letter word, with IBM, another three-letter word, for about 14 years plus in this journey where we partner with them for a very special asset management product called Maximo. But I should also say that there is one more three-letter word which is missing, because prior to IBM taking over this product, it was actually a product by a company called MRO, which was nothing but maintenance, repair, and operations. It was simply called MRO, and we have partnered with them even about 3-4 years prior to that. And so we knew the product pretty well in terms of how it could transform asset management optimization for companies. And more so, in the last about 10 years or so, 10, 12 years, we have been very closely associated with metro rail projects across the globe, in multiple parts of the globe. In fact, we have worked at Dubai, at Qatar, at Singapore, now MMRC in Mumbai Metro. Now we are doing a different project at NCRTC in Delhi. If you look at it, what is tech-enabled? I tend to believe that, first of all, one thing is you are an erudite audience. All of you have been in the industry in metro for a long time, and I definitely would not like to tell you what metros should do. But I thought I will probably touch upon how technology enablement actually is impacting all of us in multiple areas and how it should very similarly do in this space. What's not techno-enabled? Your microwave is techno-enabled. Your cars are techno-enabled. You go to a hospital, a doctor, he just can't do anything without touching the electronic gadgets. But in all these places, if you look at it, I tend to believe that the technology is not seen by us at all. If you look at a microwave, you just put your food in and heat it, but you don't even try to understand what is behind it. If you look at a car, you just get into it and say, okay, fine, the AC is fantastic, the music is fantastic, it's got a phenomenal drive comfort, but not once do we think what is inside the bonnet. In fact, more so, I think this is one device which in reality is touching everybody's lives. In fact, it used to be a key phone, then it moved to probably a key plus display phone because we felt displays are required, and suddenly somebody realized when your keypad is not used majority of the time, why should it occupy all the time? And the smartphones evolved with a full screen. And even today, all of us use a mobile phone with so much of comfort. It is an experience. Majority of the times, when a person buys a phone, the first thing he looks at is how good the camera is, not how good the audio is or how good the... So why I'm saying that is, tech enablement is all about an experience. Today, Metro is probably one of the real impact creators across the country, what I see, where people really feel it's an experience. It's no more a locomotive which carries you for 30 kilometers from here to there. It's now an experience. From the time you step in, not even step in, step out of your house, you want to be comfortable till you reach the station, till you enter the coach, till you get out of the other side, until you reach your office or wherever you are. So, essentially, the tech enablement has to be across the segment, and that is where I think a company like BCT has been experiencing this for almost more than about 10, 12 years in various parts of the world, whether it's Dubai, Qatar, London Tube. Some of our people have worked extensively there and things like that. So there is an idea about what is expected in this sector. In fact, if you look at it, like I was telling you, when we began our relationship with MRO, we were focusing only on the maintenance, repair, and operations, and actually the experience or the delight of somebody experiencing out of that was not a prime criteria. But in today's context, when we are implementing a Maximo solution or any other solution that we have, in fact, we are having, as I told you, we are in a multifaceted company from a metro perspective. Right now, we are actually in the in the process of implementing a commuter convenience app for NCRTC, which will actually touch the person. It could be like as you walk out of this train, you will want to book a cab, you can book it right from your app, or possibly in due course of time, you want to buy groceries on your way home, you can do that from the same app. I mean, that's the type of dream that we have, because the experience is not about just moving from one place to another. In that context, I was talking about BCT, IBM, MRO, three-letter words. I feel why BCT, what is the reason you should all look at BCT for any solution from, for a metro? 80-85% of what is required from a digitalization perspective, we will be in a position to help you out. It is the expertise, the knowledge of the software, whether it's IBM Maximo or whatever we are doing, how much of knowledge we have about the product, that expertise is one aspect. The second aspect is, it is not just expertise, it's not a 1 year, 2 year, it is possibly for the last 17 years of what we have been doing in this particular space. So the experience that we have, and the third E, expertise, experience, and the execution. So because of the first two, our execution capability is very good. So there is a certain amount of, you will not have the headache of not knowing whether this will be executed well. So overall, what I would like to state is that tech enablement is all about providing the best experience, the convenient, the delight to 360 degrees of stakeholders, whether it is the commuter, whether it's the vendor partners who are going to service your stations and the rolling stock and everything. And overall, in that particular context, I'm sure that you would find us as a fantastic partner for you. And going forward, I just thought my colleague from IBM, Mr. Abhishek Pachauri, who handles the IBM Maximo part of it in India, I want him to probably tell a few words about how IBM can help out. Please, Abhishek, thank you.
I think Mr. Mike has covered a specific part of the portfolio what we have, which is primarily the asset management, what we do. If you ask me, from an asset management perspective, we have a good presence in India right now, with most of these operational metros having a Maximo presence already as a product. I'm going to talk something different outside of that Maximo as well here, because this is the another solutions what we do in the rapid rail transit solutions, and I will share one use case also, one of the best use case what we have right now. I would like to connect first my conversation with what Mr. Awasthi said in the opening session, that he has mentioned one thought, right? When he was traveling with Honorable Chief Minister, he mentioned that he was having a thought that why we cannot build the water tunnels, right? So that's a thought in his mind right now. When it go for the next step, it will go for the plan. After that, it will go for design, and after it will go for the collaboration and then the execution. I'm pretty much sure we all in the room would be agree on that. Any infrastructure project related to metros, railways is not a simple project. It's always a multi-dimensional project. That's why it is always complex. Now, how to reduce that complexity and make it an error-free projects, that's what we are coming into that. So when we start doing a discussion with the thought, what he mentioned, and then we convert into the paper, then it goes into the plan. So couple of box what you see here, these are the high-level picture what all comes in when we start discussing any project related to the infrastructure. And after that, it goes to the plan and design. And you can read it through, right? Most of these very well-known terms which we always use when we are going to talk infrastructure project in any railways, right? Challenges, what Mr. Awasthi also mentioned in the beginning, that these are not only the challenges of the collaboration, there are challenges others also. We need to meet the compliance as well, we need to meet security as well, we need to meet project timeline, we need to meet budget as well. So we need to do all these things in budget, with the compliance, with the security and safety. But the ownership of these all aspects are different. Multiple stakeholders are coming in the picture, they are discussing, they are collaborating in that. So there are very, very high chances for the disconnection, because there is no collaboration which happens, then it goes to the disconnects. So these are a couple of observations, what I say, that these are the primarily known challenges which comes into the complex projects. One example I would like to share with you, and this is a very, I would say, a layman language example. If you talk about let's take an same example again, what Mr. Awasthi said, which the under river tunnel project is coming in the mind of somebody, and he's saying, I would like to execute it. Where it will go first? It will go on paper, right? When the planning will start. So this is a paper. The piece of paper where he's going to draft that what I'm going to do, right? From day one, when he's starting the planning for this project, going further steps, multiple stakeholders will come in the picture, because it will go into a design phase. Once it will go into design phase, your contractor will come in the picture, your stakeholder will come in the picture, their requirements also will capture in the same document. Now, do you think that if this document will be in this shape, will it be suffice to execute the project? No. There is no digital tracking we are doing, right? How would we track if anything who is not meeting the requirement or he is doing some errors into that? One example, a wire, it can be a copper, it can be a steel, right? If somebody has just mentioned wire, it would be a big difference for large projects, right? So what I'm trying to tell you, here is the solution what we offer, and it's not a new solution, IBM engineering solution, what we have. If you see, if I have this draft in my hand, I can convert it into the digital format where you see the same document has converted into the digital format. Now there is a tracking ID, there is each and everything which I can capture very easily. I can find out who has done changes, what changes he has done, and what is the impact of these minute changes. That analysis and testing also I can do this through this tool. So that is what I'm just trying to share here, that what we can do in a better way. And this is completely a tracking. This just was an example I would like to share with you. Simple document converted into with the engineering solution. Then after that, there would be workflows which will be defined. You can run it into the graphical format, or you can run into the multiple graphs and all. You can export into the multiple formats, video and all those. So those are all the product features. I'm not going to discuss in one detail, but I would like to leave this thought in your mind. After that, these challenges, what and how we can mitigate all those things, which will come in the picture. So managing compliance, as I already mentioned, would be one of the important aspects into that. Now let me share the use case what I have mentioned, right? This is one of the complex project what we have done through this engineering tool, which is in Melbourne in Australia, with a 9-kilometer tunnel, underwater tunnel, which there's again, the thought came in somebody's mind, I would like to build this tunnel underwater, 9 kilometer, there are multiple stations, interchange stations also were there. So think of that when this project came in somebody's mind, and then he has started converting into the plan, designing and all stakeholder. So happy to share that this is one of the successful projects we have done by using this engineering tool, where they have captured all the requirements through this tool, do an analysis, do a testing or through this tool, and then we have delivered this on time, under the budget as well. So this is one of the good case study what we have for this in Melbourne. With the last chart, not taking much time here. So this is what we have in our portfolio, apart from the asset management, what we do for most of the metro projects. This is the IBM engineering solution, what we also do for the infrastructure as well. This is also available for civil infrastructure as well as for the all railway projects, what we do in country and overseas. We have a good case studies. One of the case study I would like to share, because that is one of the best case study what we have so far in the life cycle management for the engineering. I think just a very brief, I would like to just leave this thought in your mind. Any question, query, myself, my colleagues are available during this session. So we are happy to take those questions during the networking. Thank you so much.
We'd like to take a moment and thank both of you all for joining us. So may I please request all of you to put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Nilaksh S. Vyas to join us on stage and acknowledge and present our speakers with a token of our appreciation. A round of applause for Sir. May I also request Mr. Devendra Dutt Mishra, ED, Rolling Stock, Mahametro, to please join us on stage and give us your good company. So may I please request all of you to be all set as we present to you our panelists right here on stage. A round of applause as I extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Anirudh Jain, Advisor, DMRC. Please put your hands together for Mr. H.K. Raghu, Senior Professor, Rolling Stock, and Indian Railways Institute of Transport Management. May I please extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Satish Kumar, former Director, DMRC, and Advisor, Dhaka Metro. May I also once again extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Nilaksh S. Vyas, former Chairman, Technology Missions for Indian Railways, Government of India. And of course, moderating this session will be Mr. Harsh Dhingra, Management Consultant, Rail and Metro, former Chief Country Representative, Bombardier Transportation India. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as I extend a very warm welcome to each of our speakers right here. And as we look forward to a very, very engaging and interactive panel discussion. We have experts and veterans, ladies and gentlemen. So let's take the moment and welcome them with warm applauses yet again.
Well, it's my privilege to moderate this session with the stalwarts from the rail industry. In fact, if I see all of them, they all have experience of almost 30, 40 years plus. And who else can be the better person to address this particular theme of high speed and the metros than these four gentlemen who are sitting with me. Since we are going to capture two major elements of high speed and metros in this particular session of 40 minutes, including certain policy issues related to infrastructure, I would like to first start with the high speed segment, because that is something we have been hearing for the last 1 or 2 months when we are talking about the Vande Bharat train in India. Now, I will just give you some perspective of what's happening on the high speed in India. When we are seeing today that India high speed is generally called as Shatabdis or Rajdhanis, which are running at a maximum speed of 120 kmph or average speed of about 80 to 90 kmph, as compared to what internationally people call high speed as 300 kilometers plus in China and other European countries. So there is a vast difference of the definition of high speed. So what we call is a conventional speed, or what I call as a mini high speed in India, is this 120 kmph maximum speed which is achieved on this A route network of Indian Railways, which is around 8,000 kilometers. And especially when I mention that, I also would like to say that only 160 kilometers or 150 kilometers of this network is suitable to run on 160 kilometers per hour, and balance all network in Indian Railways, which is over 70,000 kilometers, out of which only A routes are about 8,000 kilometers. We have a running speed of only maximum 120 to 130. So where are we as compared to international standards, where if I make a comparison, China is having a 40,000 kilometers of high speed, which is 320 kilometers per hour. We have a Spain which is having almost like 4,400 kilometers of high speed, again 320. Other European countries like Germany, France, UK, all having 2,000 plus kilometers of high speed network of 320 kilometers per hour. We are still at 120 kilometers per hour. Having said that, but government has an ambitious plan. Two of the plans which have been infused is that introduction of 400 trains of 160 kilometers per hour in next 7 years on the Indian Railway network, which also requires certain kind of modification, which is required, so upgradation of the existing network, where Delhi, Mumbai and Delhi, Howrah sector has to be upgraded to 160 kilometers in next 5 years' time. So if that is the way we are going, and also we are thinking of introducing a high speed of Mumbai-Ahmedabad, which is again 300 kilometers, and we all know it is already delayed. Now the next expected date is somewhere around 2028. Where are we as compared to international standards of reaching a high speed in the coming days? So now I would like to bring my friend Mr. Raghu for discussion here, that what are the challenges he sees on the existing network when we want to convert the existing network from 120 maximum to 160, and also adding on that, are we ready for going 160 kilometers per hour beyond on the existing network, or should we go for a dedicated new network for 160 kilometers per hour plus speed on the rolling stock? Mr. Raghu.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. As regard high speed is concerned, or whatever speed is concerned, so the person looks the high speed or low speed depending on how near he is. So if you are standing very near to some moving object, you find it is going at a very high speed. But if you make a distance from this, say 1 kilometer or 2, like aeroplane is going at a very high speed from your head, but you don't feel that high speed. So that high speed is basically a concept which, if you talk in technical terms, it is treated as more than 300 kilometer. If you are more than 300 kilometer per hour, then it is a high speed. Otherwise, other things, whatever you are speaking in India as a high speed or semi-high speed, you have coined a new term as a semi-high speed. Because you could not achieve the high speed, so we are saying semi-high speed. The main constraint of Indian Railway is basically the huge network. We are having 64,000 kilometers of route kilometer, and which is going to increase every year, and now we have reached about, say, 68,000 kilometers. So if every person is looking for the high speed, it can be introduced in the existing system. So that is not actually feasible economically as well as feasible physically, because our system, which was designed by the British people, it is still continuing, and we are doing only the incremental changes into it. And when you are having a running system, it is very difficult to stop that system and then do the modification. So we did about 3 studies in yesteryears. First study was done by MATI Japan. Then second study was done by SNCF. Then third study was done by your Russian railway. And we have given a particular section in which they have to study that. So first section was given from Delhi to Mumbai and Delhi Howrah. So in that section, whatever study they did, and they come up with the solution that first thing which they told that your locomotives halt train will not run at that speed at which you are looking for at economic rate. So MATI has suggested that we should have a distributed power system. Then SNCF came with a locomotive halt and double locomotive halt. One is at the front and one at the back. Then again Russian Railway came with a solution which was totally different, and it was something like a distributed power, but it was not exactly distributed power, but having 2-3 power car in between. So basic constant in our all the study whatever been done is seen that the bridges which we are having, which are very old and made though very sturdy, and our rules and regulation and bridges rules are like that, they do not permit on those bridges the higher speeds. And high speed, if you want to really achieve that, at least you should have the stations distance at least 200 to 300 kilometers away, every station. Whereas we want that our high speed train, if it start from Mumbai, and if it is going up to Ahmedabad, it should stop at 13 stations. So if you are stopping at 13 stations, you may be achieving the high speed of 300 kmph in a particular section, but overall average speed will come less. Everyone wants that the high speed should come from my hometown or my constituency. So that is the basic difference. Therefore, the Indian Railway has taken the decision that whatever high speed system we are going to introduce in other than the Indian Railway system will be a greenfield project, and it will be funded by the state and the private players. So 3 such projects, SPVs, has been constructed, in which the first SPV is from Nasik to Pune, and second SPV is from Surat to Ahmedabad, and third SPV is from Kozhikode to Trivandrum. So these state governments are also going to fund them, but we have to see whether really we want that kind of high speed. So if we are looking for a high speed, then we should have the customers for that. So whatever DPR we are making, that DPR is projecting some of the customers, so many customers will be there, but it is going to be costlier than the aeroplane at present, because the number of customers are less. But if you see the environmental aspect of it, then the high-speed railway supports the total environmental aspect. And if you do the environmental cost analysis, then instead of having your air transport, you would like to go to high speed. So as far as high speed is concerned, first high speed we are going to have only between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, and whatever high speed we are having like Vande Bharat or so and so, our rolling stock as well as the locomotives, they are fit to run at 200 kmph, but the constraints are the curves and the bridges. So if we are going to strengthen the major bridges and the curves, then it is going to have a more cost, and all the 3 studies says that whenever you are going to go for a higher speed, then you should have a greenfield corridor. Thank you.
So, Mr. Raghu, basically you have questioned the commercial viability of going for 300 km/h high-speed network today. Now, you also mentioned about the existing lines where there is a possibility of increasing the speed up to 160, but there are challenges related to civil and signaling which has to be addressed, and your estimate is that the cost of upgrading that will be also going to be high. Now Delhi, Mumbai and Delhi, Calcutta, the 2 lines which have been identified to convert to 160 kmph. What is your expected time frame that within which this can be done?
Basically, we have taken 4 routes which were to be made semi-high speed, say 160 kmph or so. The current speed is 130 kmph. From raising it 130 kmph to 160 kmph in some of the section of that route, and to reduce the travel time at least by 3 to 4 hours. So as far as Delhi and Bombay is concerned, that is the target time is given as June 25. and most of the work has been completed except some ghat section in which some work is to be done over the track as well as on the OHEs. And the second one is this New Delhi Howrah route. The target is again the June 25, and as far as Delhi Howrah route is concerned, it is running behind the schedule, but we are sure that we will catch it up, and because some pandemic came in between, so our work was held up. But now we are picking up the speed, and we are quite sure that by June 25, these two routes will be made fit for 160 kmph. Thank you.
So, Mr. Raghu, as a railway commuter, we can see that in the next 4-5 years' time, we can at least 30 to 40% improvement in the speed on the existing at least 4 segments which we have identified. That is something which is feasible today based on the implementation plan of railways, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'll just like to bring Mr. Vyas into picture because, majority of this rolling stocks or manufacturing is done by IR in their own factories, whether it is locomotives, trains, coaches, and now Vande Bharat trains. Now there is an adoption of Industry 4.0 which has been introduced by railways in their manufacturing units. Would you like to elaborate on what kind of steps which have been taken by Indian Railways to introduce this 4.0?
Let me first of all make a few statements about myself. I don't belong to the railways, so there are many ills along with the positives that plague Indian Railways. So I have some safe distance from the Indian Railways because I am a professor at IIT Kanpur, and I happen to be the chairman of the technology mission for about 8 to 10 years of Indian Railways. Before I come to addressing this Industry 4.0 question, which has been my domain of work also of late, about high speed, let us first be very frank about our understanding of where we stand in India. If you read the CAG report of April 2022, which is just not even 6 months old, and some of you would have already gone through it. Out of the 3,000 odd express trains that we have in the country, not the total number of trains, which may be about 10,000, the 3,000 odd express trains that we have in the country, the average speed is 68 point some kilometers. There are 21 trains which have an average speed touching 85 kilometers an hour. And very few, if at all, which surpass 90 kilometers an hour. The fastest of them being the Shatabdi between Delhi and Gwalior. This is where we stand. And it pains us a lot when you travel from Beijing to Shanghai, 1,200 kilometers in 4 hours flat. So the question is not whether India as a country requires high speed or not. India as a country can definitely do much better than the 68.5 kilometers per hour that we are currently pitched at. With 68.5 kilometers per hour of passenger trains, the average speed of freight trains, which is more important than the passenger trains, has gone down from 25 point something kilometers per hour in 2012-13 to 23 kilometers per hour in 2021-22. So the situation about speed in Indian Railways is really very stark. The government as well as the industry have to sit down together and, address this question. Why is it that despite all the good intentions, it is not as if the intentions are not good, why is it that simple projects, as Mr. Avnish Awasthi said in the morning, why is it that the approval of the projects itself gets delayed by several years? Then the implementation of the projects gets delayed by several years. There are several problems in the approval stage as well as the implementation stage. How can those bottlenecks be removed as a country? Those things should be thought of from both the government side as well as the consortium of industry. They have to put their heads together and address this question. हम लोग सच में बैलगाड़ी की रफ्तार से चल रहे हैं. If we are not transporting goods at the rate that they are required to be transported, what is that trillion economy that we are talking about? Industry 4.0 platforms, the kind of platforms that have been described by Schneider Electric in the morning and IBM just a little while ago, they will all be good and effective if we increase our efficiency in terms of speed, if we increase our efficiency in terms of the time that the train is unnecessarily stopping at the platforms, if we increase our efficiency in the turnaround time. And these are not things which are very difficult to do. Asset management of tracks, asset management of bridges, asset management of the rolling stock is something that countries, even third world countries, have been doing by adaptation and working in a collaborative manner. That collaboration somehow is not happening in India. That is my submission to the Indian Railways, that collaboration should be made possible. And faster implementation, faster approval of projects, faster implementation, and putting down heads together like Mr. Avnish Awasthi has done. He is a very shining example of how projects have been completed at such a fast pace. As far as Industry 4.0 is concerned, this is, in terms of technology, this is something whose days has come. We have several platforms in the country. We have platforms from Siemens, we have platforms from Schneider Electric, IBM has a platform, Dassault Systems has a platform. We have our own indigenous systems also. The whole idea is to connect the operational technology with the information technology. Building a bridge between operational technology, like the physical assets, to the cyber system. It's a bridge between physical system and cyber systems. Anything related to the computers and anything related to the physical world through sensorization, through algorithms, through deep learning, through data, and so on and so forth. So here, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's asset management, we do have platforms. Whether we like it or not, it is going to come to India. It is up to the railways to decide what role are they going to play in building this digital infrastructure for the country. And there, all these platforms that we have require population with data from the Indian Railways, if they have to be effective. All these platforms are good. My own platform is very good. But it will require data, information, design specifications from the Indian systems, whether it is bridges, platforms, rolling stock, tracks, and bridges, signaling system. It will require data which is available or either can be collected. It requires that data to be populated for these platforms to get validated in the first place, and then these platforms to be useful for increasing the efficiency of the entire system. This is one way of improving the efficiency of railway systems. Despite the laggard characteristics that we see presently, IT and data management can go a long way and contribute a lot towards improving this efficiency. This is my submission.
Thank you, Mr. You mentioned about the speeds. I think one of the solution, and that is not the only solution, but one of the solution is the dedicated freight corridors, which we have seen that the freight now is moving at the speed of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. And we also have a dedicated passenger corridor, which is being now under implementation by NCRTC, where you have the maximum speed of 160 kmph. These two dedicated network will create that kind of a speed expectation that we have. But putting a dedicated structure means a huge infrastructure cost that we have to bear. So this is something we have to see. Whether we go for 350 kilometers per hour today, 10 years, 20 years down the line, that is something which government has to take a call. But today, improving the speed on the existing network and how at least we can come to 160 kilometers per hour and reduce the commuter time by 30 to 40% should be the first attempt of the government of India. So with this now, I just would like to touch on the metros. In the morning, ITP, they have mentioned about the metro network, almost 600 to 700 kilometers running, 700 kilometers under construction, other about 600 to 700 kilometers are under DPR stage. What we have found is that of late, except Delhi Metro Phase 1 and 2, which was executed and implemented well in time, subsequent phases of Delhi Metro as well as the other metros, whether it is Bangalore, Mumbai, Calcutta, we have seen a lot of delays which is happening on the metro execution and the implementation. So I would like now to bring Satish ji on discussion here, that what are his views on the execution delays which are happening on the metro sector, especially when we know that almost 70 to 100 kilometers of new metro lines have to be laid every year in the next 10 years' time. Satish ji.
Good afternoon to everybody, and especially to ITP, who practically forced me yesterday to come today. But before I touch upon this, that I happened and I had the opportunity of being a part of Delhi Metro for phase 1, phase 2, and part of phase 3, and also of Bangalore Metro and Chennai Metro when they will set up. I was in metro system from 1998 to 2013 actively, then as advisor to Hyderabad Metro, to Kochi Metro, to Kanpur Metro, and others, and now to Dhaka Metro. I will take you back to 1998, 1999, before I answer this question and make it wise. Delhi Metro had engaged international consultants. A mission was set up that we should be world class, we should be commuter friendly, we should not have failures at all, the system should be reliable and very punctual, safe, and self-sustaining. These are conflicting requirements. How can this be achieved? That time, Indian Railways had the experience of only suburban railways, or Indian Railways where locomotive or track or power supply will fail and the punctuality will be lost. Now, most of the metros have been running at a punctuality of 99.9%. When the punctuality is being measured from start to end at a delay of 1 minute. I'm giving all this background how it happened, which means the system should be reliable. If track, signaling, rolling stock and power supply are reliable and failures don't occur, the train will be safe, punctual, safe, reliable. So these were ingredients built, that who are capable of doing this? Whether it's civil construction or rolling stock or others, the suppliers are the best. And for any construction work in civil, in a city, you have to give a right of way. It should be free from utility diversion. It should be free from other things. The contractors are not good in getting sanctions from the local government and delaying that. And local governments do not have a binding on that. So the principle was that this job should be taken up by metro organization. Utility diversion and giving right of way and making available the place for contractors without affecting the public should be done by Delhi Metro. And these clauses were built in the contract. Contractors are very good in design and implementation and arranging material. That is their job. The system was set up that water line diversion, fair use diversion is the job of the MCD and they will be doing it. And they were told that if this is not done by this time, we have to pay penalty. And that penalty will come to you. They refused. And at a higher setup, it came up that you do your job. Metro, Delhi Metro may do it. Their diversions, they will supervise and take that percentage supervision on. So similarly happened to the electricity lines. And that job was entrusted to Delhi Metro, not to the contractor. And Delhi Metro got it done. Which means the contractor got a green field for work. And where he was right of way was required, the first section we started was Shadra Isbari. It had a certain place for movement. The roads were widened more than what the space was taken for work and barricaded. So there was no disturbance to the existing traffic. Utility diversions were taken up and the contractors were given the job and they did it. The expertise in last 10-15 years have got built up with the contractors. They are so good, they can do less than that. And then they got one more incentive that cash payment will be given on completion of a particular milestone, even without checking the bills. 80% will be given, but if the bill checking is wrong, you will be next time penalized. Now, if I, as a contractor, I can do the work fast and can do it before time, cash flow improves and rollover comes up. It means you get additional money in a way. And this system has got established in India now. Whether it's in Bangalore or Chennai, or contractors are capable more than what they require, and it can be done. Now, what has happened? But the impression is that phase 3, no, phase 3 is not delayed. If you look into this, phase 1 was 65 kilometers, done in 7 years, against the target of 10 years. Phase 2 of 124 kilometers, target 5 years. From 7 years to 5 years, double the work. It was done. It happened because of linkage. Phase 3, 160 kilometers. Again, 60, 120, 180, 160 is coming up. And done in 7 years. So it is not delayed in a way. Our perception is slightly different. Now, but yes, it could have been done faster. What has happened? Contractors are capable. And some works have been retendered. Why? Because of unsolvable or surprises. What are the surprises? What has come? Pockets of land are not available. Earlier, phase 1, phase 2, everybody cooperated so well, whether the central government or the state government or the judiciary. Then let the work go on and this thing can be settled later on. Then some changes in law. And land is not available. So pocket of land is not available. The contractor who was supposed to finish the work in 2 years has not given the site. So that portion is retendered. I was witness for phase 3 for a part of 2 years. Later on, what I am now talking is because of my discussions with my junior colleagues. Tree cutting permission gets delayed. So the contractor is helpless. I live in near Outer Ring Road in a place called, and so the work from Vikaspuri to Piragadi was awarded 3 years ago. It has now been retendered. The contractor has raised his hands. I can't do it because we are not given the site and tree cutting permission. Place having 4-story buildings is called a forest area. So the few trees in coming up are in forest area. And now it has got cleared from the Supreme Court. So these are the answers. Going to the Jama Masjid side, a monument comes up, which was not visible, and the work has to be stopped. The clearances are there. 220 kV lines, the Delhi was set up sometime 50 years ago. After that, a lot of buildings came up, and you do soil investigation up to 1 or 2 meters. Pile goes for 10 meters, and they found near Piragadi 220 kV line is there at 5 meters below. The work has to be stopped. So certain things, surprises have caused. India has a capability now, doing faster. If you work from that point of view, even phase 3 would be faster than that. Bangalore Metro, Chennai Metro, the new metro system is being set up. So, if India has to go for fast work, their utility diversion, land availability can be given. If given to the contractors, I'm sure they will do faster than phase 1 and phase 2. Let me come back. So, there are other things unsurmountable which have caused this one. Now, you're talking of 70, 80 kilometers. India is capable of doing 200 kilometers. We are at 810 today. And India is number 4 in the world now. Number 1, USA. Number 1, China now. Number 2, USA. Number 3, other countries, and Japan. Japan has 840 kilometers. Soon India will be having 2,000 kilometers. And that 840 kilometers have been done over 50 years. And these 810 kilometers has come up in India in 20 years. Similarly in USA. So now the Indian contractors and Indian systems can look for, practically they should be everywhere in the world. That is the capability coming up. India needs much more, but anyhow, that is slightly different. I'll get into other issues. And today you have designs of 700 stations available of different types, of different soil conditions. Bangalore, granite. You have done that underground work in granite. Kochi, near the sea. Chennai, near the sea. Bombay, in the sea. And Indian capability has come up to the extent the pile in Kochi, I am witness to that, is 10 meters above and 55 meters below. Who has seen the site investigation of 55 meters? This has been done and stations have been built. Now, if these 700 stations are codified by the Government of India, those designs are codified, if manuals can come up, certain things can come up, which can be used cut and paste. So that is the capability India will be having.
Thank you. Thank you, Satish. A big lot of applause for Satish ji. With the passion with which he has explained how Delhi Metro was able to achieve phase 1 and phase 2, and also the challenges there. Now I will just bring down the question to Anirudh ji, because he has mentioned about the capabilities which are developed by metros in India. Why metro organizations in India are not going internationally to implement and execute the projects? That is the first side. And the second point I just want to ask is whether Delhi Metro, where you are associated, is also like to bring in the private players, because NCRTC has brought the operation and maintenance to a private player. What are the thoughts of organization like Delhi Metro to bring private players to operate and maintain the system? Anuj ji.
Thank you, Mr. Harsh. If you permit, first 2 minutes I will take about speeds on railways. For last 5 years I am with DMRC, but before that 36 years I was associated with.
We would like to see that views, yes, sir.
So, speed, definitely speed has to be there, but if it is more than 200 kmph, dedicated high-speed corridors are required, which my friend Raghu has already spoken. Ahmedabad, Mumbai is already work in progress. And on the existing network, there are certain constraints. Firstly, the network is saturated. Maintenance corridors have to be there. Maintenance corridor, I mean maintenance of fixed assets. Some time is required, that is not available. Then we have got mixed traffic. A train is running at 50 kmph on the same system. We want to run another train at 150 kmph. So the first train has to give way to the train behind. That kills the line capacity. Then there are level crossings. Then there are trespassing, cattle runovers. Recently, this Vande Bharat was in news for 2 cattle runover cases. And then there is vandalism, theft cases. Whatever equipment is by the side of the track, thefts cannot be prevented. So there are so many problems. And average speed and peak speed are two different things. If our goods trains are averaging say 25 kmph, then our peak speed for goods is 100 kmph, and it is 100 kmph for more than 25 years now. And there is an optimum speed for goods, and internationally the optimum speed is 80 kmph. That is the from energy point of view. So for goods, we are ready as soon as our dedicated freight corridors are commissioned. They have been designed for 100 kmph, and I think we will be running at 80 to 100 kmph, and that will release capacity on the existing network. And the low-speed trains will move away. Goods trains are low-speed trains. Then, in general, the speeds on the main network will go up. Even at present, the peak speed is 150 kmph. I think Vande Bharat is introduced with 160 kmph. And 150 kmph train was introduced on Indian Railways, I think sometime in 2005 or 2006. Since then, it is successfully running on Delhi, Agra, Bhopal network. And I hope more such corridors will be identified and the speeds will be raised. So dedicated freight corridor and dedicated high-speed corridors are the way out. Once these are commissioned and our real high-speed traffic moves to that, then the existing network will also improve and average speeds on existing network will also go up. Thanks. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay. Good that you have also highlighted about the high speed. I was talking about the metros, Indian metro system going abroad internationally to execute the projects, implement, and then also operate it. That was a question I was seeking from you.
I think we are already into Bangladesh. Mr. Satish, our friend, senior friend, he is already working on that. And we are trying to get some projects abroad. At present, Delhi Metro has helped a lot of Indian metros to grow, to come up. Noida Metro is there, Mumbai Metro we are working, Kochi Metro has been executed by DMRC. Jaipur Metro also you have done a lot of work. And we are very hopeful that in a year or two we will get one or two more foreign projects. Our Director of Business Development is hardly is concentrating on this. And Mr. Satish can...
I'll just add it, supplement it. If you look at the world, USA will not give you a job for this work. They will like to employ their person. Europe, expansion of metro is not going to come up. Not much. They are already saturated over the last 200 years. Only replacements. So the countries, it will be Southeast Asia or the Gulf countries, which will go for metros. And these are the places where China will now go forward with loan. And they will capture that. So India, because India can be cheaper and India can now enter the Gulf countries and the Southeast Asian countries. Bangladesh, line number 6 already, line number 5 has been given, line number 1 has been given, and Delhi Metro will be participating in a bigger way. So these are the places we have to look, plus within the country, and make it cheaper. A question, I just side-tagging and giving you something, what have been saying. Now you are talking of NCRTC. I'm just commenting this. 180 kilometer highest speed, 160 will be average, 82 kilometers and 21 stations. Every 4 kilometers you have to stop. Now in metro, maximum speed is 80. You stop every 1 kilometer for 30 seconds, but in a main line you have to stop with the luggage and all that for more than 2 minutes. So you really work out, if you have to stop every 6 kilometers, where will be speed, average speed? So the requirement is, one has to look that if I have to go from Delhi to Muradnagar, what is the traffic level? I will have only 2 stops, Delhi, Muradnagar, Meerut. Or I have 1 stop, Delhi to Meerut. Yes, speed will be achievable. So we have to go for a system which has to work for and make it energy efficient.
Right. I will just like to now talk about certainly like infrastructure funding here, because in the morning a question.
Before that,
yeah,
I want to share, you have shared this one, that why not privatization?
I was trying to say whether privatization is possible in Delhi.
Why not privatization? I don't know how many of us have read even the metro rail policy. Metro rail policy 2017 defines 5-6 ways of private participation. And NCRTC has picked up one way. They have picked up, and morning the question was being raised, how do you improve the quality and safety of the system? It has to be built in. And NCRTC, when I was discussing with them, I was very happy to note that they have given rolling stock to Alstom with 10 years maintenance. No, and the previous practice of Indian Railways or Delhi Metro was, you will stock capital spares for 10 years. Stock these things for maintenance. And the cost of that, which is blocked, and the interest on that which is blocked, is much more. But if you are giving to the employer or the manufacturer rolling stock, supply and maintain for 10 years, first 3-4 years, nothing is required, except cleaning. And the equipment you are using, they have to be reliable. If they are built properly, practically for 7-8 years, nothing will be required except checking and inspecting. So the cost comes down, the responsibility remains, And if I am the manufacturer, I'll build any quality that I have not attended for 10 years. It is possible. Technology today is such, what is required is now is sensors, more sensors. Sense, attend to the equipment on need basis and not on routine basis. What we have been doing so far in Indian Railways or elsewhere is routine. This is after 2 years, 1 year you do this, after 2 years you do this, after 3 years you open it. What do you need to open if it is working properly? How Delhi Metro achieved it, I'm telling you now, for 15 years nothing has been done except this one. Was, if a traction motor which has to drive for conditions require 100 kilowatt, we had put for 120 kilowatt. Similarly, transformer, stainless steel seals, electronic seals, nothing is required, only cleaning outside. Brake system, all stainless steel, 120, no joints. What is going to fail then? Yes, tire turning will be there. It is running. So you can, today technology gives you can build that, you can put sensors, and you can monitor the health of each equipment, what is the wear, whether I need to open or not. I was advisor to this Kochi Metro. I have given advice now, the rolling stock of Alstom, which they are saying 3.5, you have an IUH of 3.5 years. Man, no, you go watch running. Now we will be doing after 5 years. So what we need to take usage of modern technology and put sensors. This small phone has 50 sensors. And today, the sensors in rolling stock are regulating the air conditioning requirement. And now Indian Railway is going to adopt that. Why do you need that? So let us make use of technology and reduce the unnecessary maintenance and become simple. Second thing what they've done today, NCRD has given this. What are you combining? You are combining that equipment I am giving you of this level. The challenge will be to control the energy. If I am in private, I will see, I'll meet all the KPIs of meeting is and run the train without costing. How do you keep a check on that? These are the challenges. So that energy efficiency also remains. Today, and small metros cannot afford regular employees and give them a promotions. So, equipment, where the principle should be, wherever it can be measured, it can be outsourced. Where you can't measure it, don't outsource it. Say, routine maintenance, I know it will take only 1 hour or 2 hours. You can outsource, these are manpower. Whereas, in your system, you have to give a regular scale, promotions and all that. There he has to give the minimum wage plus. Here is saving. Contractually he can tackle which you can't, which the government can't tackle. So, if there's some corrective maintenance is required, yes, it should be outsourced after examining it. But wherever you can measure any quantity, outsource it. It will be economical, it will be reliable.
Thank you, Satish ji. I think now I will open the panel for questions from the audience. Any audience which has a question, anybody from the audience, if you have a question addressed to anybody, please raise it.
I am R.G. Sharma, General Manager, Consultancy Services of Delhi Metro. My question is to Mr. Raghu. As he said that high-speed rail projects are economical viable, but financially are not viable. And same time, air travel will be cheaper than a high-speed travel. Then who will travel in your high-speed trains? And how a project which are not financially viable will function?
Just before I answer exactly to that question what you have raised, that if the project is not financially viable, why we should go for it. Is it your question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is basically the philosophy with which we live the life. The younger generation requires higher speeds. And the generation which is more than 50, they are okay with the existing speed. If your son will come to you to buy a car, he will not permit you to buy a car which is less than 200 kmph. Okay, so some of the ornaments we have to have. But if you consider the air travel and the railway travel, then railway travel is more economical than the air travel for the same distance and at the similar speeds. So if you, even why the high speed has come at all? If you were having the air travel, you could have gone by the air itself. So the high speed trains are available because they are not only economical, fuel economical than the air travel, but they are also environment friendly. In the second half, I will be giving one presentation only on that, why we should go for the project which may not be looking financially viable to you at present, and how it can be made financially viable. What are the various aspects you have to see so that the project becomes viable? The moment we connect it with your health or with the environment, then you will accept, yes, it's okay. Instead of going by the other modes, by road or so and so, we have to follow the railways, because railway is the most economical mode of transport at whatever speed you say. Then we are also going for the hyperloops. So why we are going for the hyperloops? Because the transportation basically not required in passenger segment to that speed, but certainly you want your goods to travel at higher speed. So the recent report which has been submitted to Railway Board about the hyperloop is supporting the freight transportation with the help of hyperloop, so that we can send the goods at a higher speeds. So it totally depends upon the philosophy at what you are living. Some of the ornament we have to have, or we are having, and some of the things we have to see in globally. Then we say full Indian Railway, then we have to achieve the speed which is okay for you, which is basically fuel economic as well as the environment friendly. Thank you.
So I'll just add one line to this. No metro is financially justifiable. We have gone for that because they are economically justifiable. So same thing, a thought for this, is high speed economically justifiable? Does it rate today from Delhi to Hardwar? You take 7 hours. If I can take 1.5 hours, distance is 230 kilometers. Why should I live in Delhi? Why not near Rishikesh and come in the morning, go back in the evening? And what infrastructure can come up? So if we can look, the country has to prosper, economics is the way out.
See, this is what...
And let me tell you this. Now, I have been witness to this. Metro was not just financially viable, Delhi Metro. Nobody sanctioned it. And the person who sanctioned, the Prime Minister Devi Gowda, he asked one question: what is the way, alternative with you? Everybody comment. If there is no alternative, it is financially not justifiable, but required for the public, sanctioned, which was taking roots for so much time.
Any further question from the audience?
Recently we had mishaps with Vande Bharat, our high-speed trains, or so-called semi-high-speed trains. What are the additional safety features which will be now taken care of so that such incidents do not happen in future? And second question is for Delhi Metro. I think it's, I don't know whether it's a weird question, but can we have a Delhi Metro where it can run in like Bombay, locals? So from Delhi to Noida, there are 45 stations in between, and it takes more than 1.5 hours. Can we have a metro like that? If they stop at alternate stations, And at junction, every train will stop. And instead of the train starting after every 3 minutes, it can start after every 10 minutes. And still, there is a saving of time for the commuters.
Regarding the Vande Bharat Express, which is known as, commonly known as Train 18. Train 18 is at 160 kmph. It has already been tested and found it is very safe. But if you are talking about the recent incidents in which the cattle collides with the train, that we have to take care, and it is suggested by all the studies which we have already done, when you are going for more than 130 kmph. So the amount of impact which is coming on you, even if you see the aeroplane, if they initially when they were launched and the birds used to strike with them, so the full aeroplane got damaged. In the same way, as you increase the speed, you will get some problem as far as safety is concerned by colliding it. But otherwise, the rolling stock itself is totally safe, and it is safe up to 200 kmph. We have already tried at 180 kmph, but it is totally safe up to 200 kmph as per the design is there. So regarding the rolling stock is concerned, it is totally safe, but we have to see the other kind of safety. So people have suggested that it is to be fenced. Either it is to be fenced, or we should have the control over the cattle, because normally human beings does not strike except in Bombay. In Bombay, even if you put the rail crossing barrier, people try to cross it, and every day यहाँ तो इसको cattle runover बोलते हैं CRO, बॉम्बे में बोलते हैं MRO, man runover. A man runover के case बॉम्बे में daily if you see, there are 25 to 30 cases daily, and if you really see the figures, they are looking for something that we should not do anything on the surface where the railways are crossing. So now the policy has been made, whereas when railway crossing is there, either it should be underground or it has to be above the ground. So either overbridge or underbridge. So that is what is required.
Second part I would like to answer. See, metro trains are running at a peak speed of 75 to 80 kmph and averaging a speed of 35 kmph because they are stopping at every station. So if one train has to skip 3-4 stations, it will kill the train ahead because it has to run through at 75 kmph through those stations. So the train which was already at the next station where it will go. So a separate corridor is required. I will give an example. Mumbai Suburban rail system. There is a slow corridor and there is a fast corridor. Fast corridor skips 3-4 stations, 2 lines are there, and slow corridor stops at every station. All trains stopping at every station. Churchgate to Andheri, 21 kilometers. A fast train takes 25 minutes and a slow train takes 45 minutes. So perhaps I am answering your question that if we introduce a faster train on the existing corridor, it will kill 3-4 trains, and where the people will travel. If those 3-4 trains in a peak hour, if we remove those 3-4 trains, then this fast train will be jam-packed. There will be no room for anybody to board the train. So it is just not feasible.
We're now all set to bring to you our next panel discussion on the digital future of urban rail. Today, we are witnessing a mass migration of the rural population to urban areas, which means that the urban population is slated to account for 75% of the global population if we look at 2050. And as urbanization places more and more emphasis on a well-developed infrastructure, urban rail lines and stations are only going to grow successfully, which means more and more opportunities for all of us sitting right here. And of course, talking about about all this and more will be our esteemed panelists. So may I extend a very warm welcome to each of them. A round of applause as I extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Sahadev Singh Rathi, Director, Project and Planning, GMRC. Let's hear it up for him, please. Let me also present to you Mr. Devendra Datta Mishra, ED, Rolling Stock, Maha Metro. A round of applause as we'll very soon be joined by Mr. Ashutosh Shukla, Director, Mobility Segment, Schneider Electric. Welcome, sir. May I also present to you Mr. Sudhir Chiplunkar, COO, L&T Metro Rail, Hyderabad. Let's also have applauses from our audience. So Mr. Praveen Goyal, Senior Vice President, Business Development and Technical Services, Railway Business, SBU, KEC. And let us also present a warm welcome to our moderator, Mr. Kumar Keshav, CEO, Deutsche Bahn India. A round of applause as I welcome all of them to please join us up here on the dais. And let us look forward to a very engaging 40 minutes of discussion, post which we'll have 15 minutes for our audience. So may I please request the kind presence of all our panelists and our moderator up on stage. May I remind all our guests that we look forward to your questions. So the most engaging audience members, we have some very interesting gifts which we'll be presenting at the end of the evening.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I have got a very distinguished panel on my side, probably, although she announced, but probably each one of us probably should mention so that everybody understands who is sitting there. I am Kumar Keshav. I am right now Chief Executive Officer of Deutsche Bahn Engineering and Consulting Engineers Limited, which is an operator company for Delhi-Meerut RRTS corridor.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Praveen Goyal. I am Senior Vice President in KEC. And as you are aware that KEC has been very active as a contractor, as a EPC contractor in both railways and metros. So I am taking care of metros in KEC. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ashutosh Shukla. I represent Schneider Electric for the mobility segment.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Sudhir Chiplunkar. I am Chief Operating Officer of L&T Metro Rail Limited. As you know, L&T is operating the Hyderabad Metro, which is a network of 70 kilometers. Happy to meet you all. Thank you.
My name is Sahadev Singh Rathi. I am Director Project and Planning with Gujarat Metro Rail Corporation. Recently, we have commissioned 40 kilometers of the line in Ahmedabad, and we are constructing another 70 kilometers in Gandhinagar and Gujarat Metro Surat city. And before that, I had experience of 9.5 years with Delhi Metro Rail Corporation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Devendra Datta Mishra, Executive Director, Rolling Stock in Maharashtra Metro Rail Corporation for Pune project. As you also know, Pune Metro first phase is 31 kilometers, out of which about 12 kilometers we have already commissioned, inaugurated by PM in last March. And further section in very advanced stage, another 3-4 months, we will be able to commission this phase 1. And I take care for rolling stock. There are 34 train sets we are procuring, and uniqueness of novelty of this our rolling stock is that it is aluminum body, car body rolling stock we have implemented. And first time it has been manufactured by some Indian company in rolling aluminum car body in India. So that is certainly challenging, but a lot of new learnings have been as an asset. We are hoping for the best. Thank you, everyone. Today's topic is the digital future of urban railways. Let me set the mood. The creation of a smart environment and user-friendly transport system is among the highest priority areas in the world. And rail transport is a vital part of this process. Radical advancements are happening in business environment, facilitated by digital technologies, which requires the existing business models and strategies adopted by various railway organizations and the operators to be brought up to the date. Now probably the old way of things are little disruptive. So today's topic of discussion, the digital future of urban rail, is therefore very, very relevant, and thorough understanding of the concept of digital transformation is paramount in the development of rail transport in today's changing economic scenario. main technologies and solutions which have accelerated digital transformation in last few years, which we all know, Internet of Things. I will be, probably all of you will be surprised, in 2018, the total connection on internet were more than the population of the world. So total devices which were connected to internet is more than the number of the people who live on the earth. So that's how the Internet of Things is. Cloud computing, big data analytics, and of course, automation, robotics, which are many things which are happening. So with this background, take it forward for the today's discussion on digitization or digital transformation of the urban railway systems or the railway systems as a whole. I will start first with Sudhir. We all look to Hyderabad Metro, a pride, and it's such a wonderful thing which is happening on a PPP project. So I start with you only. Infrastructure managers, manufacturers for the industry are using digitization or digital technologies for creation of added value for all the customers, including their vendors, including the passengers, including the satisfaction of the commuters. Now, there are many things. Improving the capacity, improving the utilization, improving speed of services, improving quality of services, and the passenger satisfaction. So I just want your opinion or inputs, how exactly it is to be taken. Are there some priorities which we should set? These are all integral because ultimately all of them contribute to the revenue. And since you are a private operator, probably nobody can better talk about the revenue model as compared to you. I have now joined your stream, so maybe after some time I will also speak about it. So what you can say.
Thank you, sir. It's a very pertinent question today because as we are moving into the world of digitalization, and today's digitalization has a lot of value for the urban transport as such, because there is a whole gamut of activities on which the digitization can support us as an operator. And all the aspects, sir, which you mentioned, like asset utilization, optimization in operation, passenger experience, all have an equal importance. And every aspect of digitalization needs to be harnessed so as to provide the ultimate goal of providing the best services to the passenger at the least cost for the operator. So with these two main objectives, on Hyderabad Metro, we are moving in each of these directions. I am very proud to say, sir, that we have a Maximos IBM implementation for our asset management, which we have been using for past many years. And of course, we are continuously improving it so as to provide a lot of managerial information, though the work at grass level is already being done. And at the same time, we are also looking at other IoT things as to how do we further take to the next level for the condition-based maintenance. How can we have the technology help us to minimize our downtime, how to reduce our maintenance periods, and also to capture live information through the passenger running train itself. So there are some technical inputs available where I need not have a maintenance block, or we don't have a post-revenue hours. We can, in revenue hours only, we can do a condition monitoring of track, overhead equipment, and things like that, which are the new trends, I believe, in world over taking place, and also shortly it will come to India. On passenger experience front, also we are moving closely with the technology. We have recently introduced digital payments, digital ticketing, which is QR based. And we, last few weeks back, 2 weeks back, we also added one more aspect, and that was about the QR ticketing through WhatsApp. So now, Hyderabad Metro is the first metro which has done this, where you can just have a WhatsApp number and on which you say hi, and you can just get a link and you can buy a ticket seamlessly. So for that, you need not to be at the metro premises, or you can use any platform. So this way you are saving your time, and your overall travel experience improves because you don't have to be in the queue, you don't have to wait for currency exchange and all that. That is one aspect. Then also we are using the technology to optimize our train operations. We are continuously monitoring the AFC data, and which throws us the input about the ridership, the link loads, and through that we are able to optimize our train operation plans, and with the whatever resources we have, we are able to best use them for the passenger services. I think with this, I'll close.
Thank you very much, Sudhir. You have done wonderfully. Probably all of us have to learn. And a lot is to be done also further, which is happening in Hyderabad, and so many metros are doing. Now, my extreme right is sitting Sadev Singh. He is my classmate. He is my batchmate in Delhi Metro. We were together, and we are in the industry together from the day one. First of all, I want to congratulate Ahmedabad Metro for inauguration by Honorable Prime Minister, the entire corridor. That was wonderful. So, Sadev, because your expertise is basically in the project delivery, construction industry is also changing rapidly. Not only civil, when I'm talking about construction industry, means all the systems also. And probably with your experience, you can talk even about that. For timely and cost-effective solution in delivery of mega projects like metros or what I'm doing, NCRTC or high-speed rail projects, can you talk about some initiatives which Ahmedabad Metro has done, or what more which you foresee in coming years which can help this industry to even implementation of these projects in a very timely and cost-effective manner?
The Ahmedabad Metro, per se, we did not do any great thing on digital front, but many initiatives which are normally we should do on digital front, we did them in a partly digital format. Like we adopted the BIM for all our underground construction, and we incorporated AI related issues in our design process. The net result, I will say, like RIB platform of Schneider was being talked about in the earlier session. What actually happens is that our project was sanctioned in 2014, and we could close the project in 5.5% price escalation, other than the R&R related issues. So how we achieved it was that in a digital format, what we actually intend, we intend that there is a planning issue, there is a detailed design issue, and there is an execution issue. Now all these issues in civil engineering especially remains dynamic. If you are executing the project in 5 years, so out of 100 plus codes which are applicable, many of them will go change during the process. Many of them go for the conservative side, many of them go to the other than conservative side. So we have to take advantage of those changes. If we have like a platform like RIB, which is supported by Indian code, I was just discussing with Mr. Shukla, though we have these softwares, we have the BIM, we have 5D BIM, but they are made on the international platform. They are not supporting the Indian codes. So if I want to apply the railway bridge code, it will not support. So I have to do those changes myself. So if we digitalize this field, design process field and the execution field, with the interface with Indian codes, we can save quite a lot. So we did this exercise in case of the geotechnical engineering, like those who are civil engineers and especially all other people will mostly know. We don't have like for pile design, for the tunnel design, we do not have in protocol of geotechnical parameters in India. There are no codes for the tunnel design, geotechnical parameter fixing. So we have to do based on certain international codes. So, but if we have a AI-based system, which is supported by digital platforms, then every engineer will get full confidence. And we can easily achieve significant savings in execution at design stage itself. This we could do in our both the projects. Our both underground projects are the first. Our projects are the first which entire tunneling has been done by Indian companies, by Indian men, Indian crew. Not even one foreigner work. These are the first 2 contracts, one by L&T, one by Afcon, done 100% by Indian and done with perfection. So that effect can be taken if we digitalize this. And there was no cost increase. In both our projects, there was no cost increase because we could pinpoint the deficiencies which exist between various applicable codes and guidelines. So there is a need to improve. I will urge the industry people that they can improve the RIB and the 5D BIM and make it compliant with Indian codes. That will do a big favor. Similarly, the second point is, I will draw the attention to a frame of reference of US. US typically they had many bridge failures because their bridges were made in the Great Depression time of 1918 and all. So their bridges started failing. So they had around 6 lakh bridges in US and their lifespan was specified around 50 years. So there some survey was done in 2017. There are 10% bridges were structurally declared unsafe and the low density traffic and the low load traffic was allowed on those bridges. And at that time it was found that monitoring is very important. Now what actually happens is metros work on bridges. Viaduct is nothing but bridges. So they require regular monitoring. So there are two ways. Either you neglect monitoring, do less than what is supposed to be done, or you have to incur more cost later on. So changing one bearing costs 30,000 rupees, the item costs only 10,000 rupees. You have to mobilize crane, you have to do this, you have to take man. So what we should do, we should go apply sensors, go digital, and IIT Chennai and TCS also developed a software on this, which has not come very much in the domain. They developed a software for the drone use, and IIT Chennai did work. RDSO also has issued instruction for monitoring, digital monitoring of this. But all these things remain in piecemeal. So it has to be an initiative of industry people to put it into a proper use, develop an expert system on that, and it will be very, very useful because ours in civil engineering, typically 0.5% of cost goes per year in maintenance. In systems, in metro systems, roughly 5% cost of the product goes in annual maintenance with a typical 25-year life of the equipment. In civil engineering, 100-year life, 0.5 is the minimum maintenance cost which goes every year. That can be drastically reduced. And with this, in overall scenario, if we calculate 2.5% of what we are spending on entire metro system in the country, 2.5% of that is every year going in these maintenance. And that, in my assessment, I made an actual assessment, can be reduced by half by digitalization, by monitoring through sensors, and then doing targeted maintenance.
Very rightly, Sadev, you have pointed it out. 5D BIM, probably metros are still not implementing or implementing in stages. I will not say that, or I will say in a truncated shape, they are using these models. But all of this 5D BIM can resolve our issues of conflict in the designs and execution to a great extent, which will reduce the cost, which will reduce the time also for implementation. We have with us a person from industry also. Schneider is with us, which we all know how big is this company and how good the company and equipments they supply. So I will go to you, Ashutosh, that what I see digitalization is basically a social economic context. I'm not talking about technology part, but socio-economic concept. Basically involving a process involving substantial change how digital and computer-based technologies can be used for the convenience of the people or the convenience of the commuters, if I say, in terms of railway. So entire supply chains or execution of works, particularly the system works, which are very complicated, which are highly complicated, I would say, can be simplified by use of the digital systems. And new business models can be improved upon. So what new in the field we can see in coming years from industry per se and from Schneider in particular?
So thank you, Mr. Kumar Kashyap, and good afternoon to everybody. I think digital is not fashionable, first of all. It has to solve a specific problem which our customers are facing, which we as a user of the infrastructure project are facing. So the first thing which we spoke about in the first session also is we have to look at the entire infrastructure project in 3 phases: design, build, operate, and maintain. Unless we have the full view of this entire life cycle of the project, it is very difficult to derive the value at each level. So if I speak about first at the design stage, very optimum tools are available, and I think most of the consultants are using it. You know, for example, ETAP for the design, simulation, load flow studies, short circuit, so that we can optimize the equipment. I mean, if we really go and see today in the industry, are we not using oversized equipment because of our assumptions that has worked in the past? So first of all, how do we do cost optimization on the design phase? Second, we see that we select the right equipment. And third thing, which is very important, is for a greenfield project, it is much more cost convenient to become digital rather than at the brownfield stage of the project when the project is completely running, because it's a retrofit thing. And anything which is retrofit costs us more. So how do we incorporate all those digital equipments during the design stage itself and then reap their benefit over the build and O&M stage? So build right, build digital, and when it comes to build stage, I think we all have spoken, we have seen several examples of 5D today calls 6D because the 6th dimension of sustainability has been added to it. So you have, I mean, we use 3D BIM modeling in any case today because 2D models are obsolete. We need 3D for sure. So we add time and cost. So your time, for example, will come from your Primavera kind of scheduling softwares, and then you have to integrate SAP, which is bringing the cost angle. And now by doing this, what are we achieving? At the end of the day, I think the bigger question which is coming in everybody's mind is how viable these infrastructure projects are. I think Mr. Satish Kumar spoke at length on this topic, that unless and until you can't look at it only from the cost basis, because there is a lot of socio-economic effect. You know, people coming from remote part, coming to the main metros, working over there. But as a industry person, what is our responsibility to see that we do not get into the project overrun costs, because the cost itself is high. On top of that, if we add the overrun, it becomes very difficult. So how the digital can help as we speak about the project management software. So one thing which Mr. Kumar Keshav also said is about the conflict resolution which we can do, bringing everybody on the common platform. But one of the biggest advantage which I have seen implementing 6D projects at few places is you can plan your progress of the project, that if I need to put more resources, how much more time will it take? Is it economical? And also ordering the right raw material at the right time. Instead of getting everything all together or not planning it properly, you can see the progress of your project. And the single most advantage of this technology comes that you have the digital model of your building available for your next O&M phase. So the things which are going to be done in the O&M phase, if you have it in a digital format, it becomes operation and maintenance very, very easy, because you know the locations of each and every equipment and you know how they are performing and so on and so forth. Now, if we come to the last stage, which is the O&M stage of the project, here what we see is today we have so many different systems working in silos. So you have SNT SCADA, you have BMS SCADA, you have attraction SCADA, and then your rolling stock SCADA. These are all, I mean, at the OCC level, they give you some insights for sure, but am I able to fully capitalize these individual SCADA and arrive at a proper, deliverables or actionable points? So we need to have some system of systems which can, kind of overarch all of these and give you the
truly advantageous insight, actionable insight about what needs to be done. I'll give you one simple example of London Underground. They came to us 5 years back saying that we have a lot of challenge with our, hot wheel health management system. We do not know, how these wheels are performing, and when do we do maintenance and so on and so forth. Gentlemen, believe me, with just 2 simple sensors on the track side we installed, and this lot of data. I can name more than 2,000 data every half a second coming, because the speed at which the train passes, and then from every 2 wheels you're capturing those data, and gigabyte of data available because so many trains are running. But with that, bringing on a common platform, we do compression of this data. The AI is inbuilt into the whole system, and we exactly know which train number, which wheel, what is the issue, how do we take it forward. Now these are small things, but then in the field of when you are running in the O&M phase, these are very, very critical, and they make your decision process much faster. And today the need is condition-based monitoring. Sometimes we start maintaining the things because they are written in the books every 5 years, every 6 years, every 3 years. Do we really need to do that? I think this point came out very clearly in the previous discussion. So unless we have these right sensors in the place, the CBM will remain a dream. And I think every effort should be placed in every part of the infrastructure that how do we bring this down. That's our take in this.
Thank you very much. Probably we will have to sit sometimes separately with you, because a lot you have told. And particularly on the system side, I also have this feeling that we are still going ahead with the old sizes of equipments, and many things can be changed. As you said, SCADA, for each system separate SCADA, probably we can think something differently. We have D.D. Mishra on our side. He's from Bangalore. So,
I am Maharashtra Metro.
oh yes. Now you switched over from last time when I met you were in Bangalore. So no worries. It's fine.
Sir, Bangalore is my I have attachment.
Okay.
Like DMRC, I worked there.
Sorry, Mishra, I was not aware of your change from
And even
Bangalore to Maharashtra.
Mega also. I have very emotional attachment.
Oh, wonderful. So you have got experience of so many metros.
All the 4 metros, it is my 4th metro project.
Okay, wonderful. Mishra, I will also like to talk something about the rolling stock, which is very close to my heart. Satish Kumar ji सामने बैठे हैं, और मैं इसलिए कहूँगा कि it is the costliest asset. It is the only moving asset in the metro. And it is the costliest. It is costliest in terms of procurement also, costliest in terms of the maintenance also. Now, lot of 3D platforms, technologies have been developed. Based on that, I understand a lot of designs are being evolved by the rolling stock manufacturers. And now probably at assembly or sub-assembly level, it is very easy to visualize how exactly any change will change the overall performance of the vehicle, particularly, or the train in our case. So what more we can think about it? That is one part. The other part is, will it also help, this digitization also help us in reducing our operation and maintenance cost? This was not only particularly to rolling stock, but to other systems also, because now asset management systems are there. So much information, as he was saying, is flowing in, and can it be used for predictive maintenance or condition-based maintenance?
Thanks, sir. Sir, of course, as you rightly mentioned, rolling stock in itself is a complete system. It is so many subsystems integrate to make this rolling stock, and it is most important asset of the metro. It is a kind of a face of the metro. But I will humbly like to request, sir, that now the time has arrived that just talking about rolling stock or one thing, it will not suffice, will not do justice with the digital transformation. It has given us opportunity which demands we should talk wholesome manner. So I will, with your permission, like to just extend slightly how rolling stock, what we are doing or we can do as simultaneously at metro operator level, as an organization level, how we integrate it or other systems. So my first panelist rightly mentioned. So first I would like to focus what we have done in our Maharashtra Metro, few new things. Of course, all the metros and particularly DMRC has been the basically headed since beginning. We have attached that what is the cutting-edge technology, latest technology, state of art since last 20 years. DMRC took the lead to provide very advanced metro system, world-class metro system. So that legacy, all the credit goes to DMRC and has been followed by all the metros. So technology-wise, absolutely metro, all the metro across all the rolling stocks almost standardized and they are at par. And with the time, a lot of improvement up to this will unmanned train operation, UTO. What is the latest? I can say, very proudly we can say as a rolling stock manager that world-class rolling stock are already in metro system available. Now, what improvement we have done, Maharashtra Metro, Pune Metro particularly, as I mentioned initially, it is a aluminum car body. First time we have tried. So it has been very great opportunity in the sense weight point of view. 5 to 7% it is a lighter compared to normal steel car body. So it is life cycle cost wise, it is an opportunity. And second part, Make in India, I will immediately not can comment that it is only metro as such. All the metros are making effort. It is right now government rule requirement. But of course, it gives delight that as a metro family, I can say that we are on the way that very soon, hopefully next 5-7 years, we can proudly say that 100% it will be Make in India. Something, certainly few things are still propulsion system, few things are softwares, few things control systems are still we are depending, but that is one endeavor. Otherwise, one new thing we are trying to do, although it was not part of the contract, our rolling stock, we want to, 2 trends, we are trying to implement that our asset monitoring, particularly pantograph monitoring system and our track monitoring system, all these we want, we are taking up, still it is the planning and discussion stage, but we want to provide these monitoring systems, dynamic monitoring, the real-time sensing we can do and which will help directly in monitoring the assets and condition monitoring as well as predictive maintenance we can take up. Still is in the planning stage, we have to implement, we will implement, at least we have planned that 2 trains, we will basically implement this. So, apart from that, what Mr. Shukla was telling, it is not just at the level of rolling stock. Now it is the time and we are trying that we integrate all the basically data subsystem like rolling stock, signaling, all the assets are basically information. There is already digital information available, but challenge is different SCADA system are also available. So effort is going on that we integrate. And next stage is important that how we use this integration for the passenger, facilitate the passenger information. And for example, I give you from rolling stock, we are trying that coach car-wise, any individual train car-wise, what are the passengers basically on board. That information we are planning, we will share with the app, which is used by the passengers. So any passenger is knowing, have the online information, real-time information that certain train, each car, this is the load. And based on that, he can even decide ki I will board the next train or his car. It is a beginning. And, but I think ultimate goal, I believe that this is the time and opportunity is a challenge that how we integrate all the information and use basically in the spirit of customer friendly use and how make it efficient. And second, I feel what is needed, rolling stock as well as a totality, connectivity of all this system, next level we take it to the smart system. Smart system means decision making. Now is the time of, as we know, AI, machine learning, all these aspects are available. Technology is not the constraint. industry, Mr. Ashutosh Shukla is here and industry domains are available. I think this is the very opportunity for us, how we take to that level. When automation using the clouds, and because we can't afford to burden, I'm telling you, we can't afford to burden our system more infrastructure. That will be very costly. We can't afford. Already we are burdened with so much. So challenge is that without adding any infrastructure, how smartly we can take to the next level. Cloud management, artificial intelligence, all these aspects we can add. And then it should help us in making dynamic timetable when passengers are more, how we can utilize all this as an opportunity to cater our services with the existing, with the same, to crudely say, like same rolling stock, same everything, but using all this, basically digital management, we can utilize our assets more. Third level, I like to say, and where it is question about sustainability. Believe me, how much smart today we system have, whatever we are doing efficient, but if it is not compatible with the eco-friendliness, it is having, basically carbon footprint has to be reduced. We have to make a green system, and simultaneously it has to be economical. However, we, from this dais, we basically metro, sometimes we get biased, we get emotional, we tell no metro system in the world is basically end up running profit, all this. But fact of life is that if we are not economically sustainable, if we don't reduce our capital cost, then question will be always there. We have to manage. So we have to endeavor that how basically we make our assets lighter, fit and smarter, how we basically use, leverage the market industry to optimize it. So economical, we make our economical, as well as I mentioned that it has to be compatible with the eco-friendliness. So these are the aspects, rolling stock as well as other system integration, totality, I see that pathway, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, D.D. Sharma. With your vast experience, so many inputs came, and sustainability also came as one of a very important feature which all of us understand. Now, me also, and including probably everybody, is very keen to listen to Praveen Goel. Now, why? Because he has been changing sites so fast. From metro to government metro, then to consultants, to the industry, and that brings in a lot of experience with him. So we are very eager to listen to you, and what I would like to listen from you is basically digitization in railway industry, which includes asset management, because you were director of systems also in Kochi, so you are aware of it, signaling, manufacturing, passenger information systems also. So all of this digitization is basic idea is that to improve the passenger comfort or customer satisfaction, plus to make it economically viable, means to increase the revenues or reduce the costs. People are now even talking about maintenance as a service, even predictive maintenance as a service. These concepts have already come up. So how do you propose to these in the business development of the industry particularly, because where you are at the moment?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And as Mr. Kumar Keshav mentioned, that I've been working on both sides of the table, and also have seen various facets of the industry. Besides, what I would like to share with all of you is how do we implement because I've been asked to speak mainly on the maintenance, I'll restrict to that. So how do we ensure that the digitization has a major impact on the maintenance, and finally also on the operation? So as already mentioned, that digitization can lead to three major advantages, 3 or 4 I would say. One is it can improve the efficiency, energy efficiency, it can improve the operational efficiency, increase the headways, that anyway we all do. The other part is that digitization can help in passenger comfort, so to ensure that the air conditioning is exactly what a passenger would like to have. And similar thing, the braking is very smooth. A lot of digitization actually also goes into that. And the third part is that to ensure that data is available to the maintenance staff to be able to decipher and to be able to determine if the product or if the asset is having any problem. And as has been mentioned by all my fellow panelists, that there are a lot of information that now the metro systems and Indian Railways also are gathering in order to have a good maintenance. So as earlier mentioned by Mr. Rathi, that for civil engineering also, now we are monitoring the bridges using transducers. We are also using, even in the rail grinding machine, captures a lot of data which can be very useful in deciphering and understanding how the rail is actually being consumed or it is being as the trains are moving. And this can also help us in how the wheel should be also rolled. So the kind of shape that the wheel should have. So there are various ways in which we can use it. When we come to traction, again, we have had SCADA, which is there since 30 years, but now we have a lot sophisticated SCADA, which can give you exactly what faults are occurring, what faults are likely to occur. Similarly, we have OHE equipment car, which can actually measure the contact wire thickness, can give you the staggers. So a simple run can actually give you a lot of data. When we come to signaling, the whole thing is practically now becoming virtual and it is going into a digital frame. And there also, all the failures are generally detected themselves by the equipment and also reported by the equipment itself. So that is the level of sophistication that signaling, telecom, etc. have gone. This is also there. So practically, if you see, and if you come to rolling stock, we have TIMS, which informs all the failures, and also each individual equipment also informs, like brake control unit informs the failures, the air conditioning informs its failures. So all the failures are available to it, and then TIMS is there. Apart from that, they may be reporting the electrical part and the electronics part, but we also have, as someone also mentioned, that we have the hot axle box detection system in London Underground, you mentioned that. And then we have the possibility of wheel flat detection. We have a possibility of determining any problems with the pantograph. So these kinds of systems are being implemented by metros as well as by Indian Railways. So this is what we need to look into. Now, what are the challenges in implementing this? Because we have been hearing about this for almost 20, 30 years. What are the common mistakes that we all make? So first of all, generally most of our things are half-baked. Or I shouldn't put it in that bad a way, but they are generally not fully integrated from beginning to end. So I still remember in one case, I was from the rolling stock side and we were transmitting a lot of information from rolling stock to OCC, but toward the end we realized that there was no one in OCC to receive the information. So even though a lot of failures of rolling stock were being reported, there was no recipient and there was no recording to be done. So basically, we have to understand the system from end to end. That is one major problem or bottleneck which is there in implementing any digital system, because either the digital system has to take care of everything, including the exceptions, or otherwise it will not work. So if we make it very simple, it will not work. We will have to understand all the detailing and the complete system has to be captured. That's one major issue which I find. The second major issue is our own mindset. Even though we have been speaking and we have been telling everyone, we find it tough as we grow older, as senior, to actually use those systems. We always find a different way to actually go around that system. The third part is skill development. Though India is really speaking world's capital as far as IT is concerned, but I think we are probably very good in database management systems, etc. But when it comes to utilization of digital systems in the engineering industry, we are still a long way off. So I think we need to work in that area also. Once we, putting this all together, so basically we have a lot of things which can come out, but a lot of we need to put our minds together. Maybe we need to have specific discussions on this area. some workshops, some way by, I think in the beginning someone had mentioned that there are different standards and protocols and we keep copying one from Japan, one from Europe, and they don't work together. So I think as a industry within India, we should also group together and try to build some common protocols so that they are all useful to us. So I think that was all I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen, thank you. So I come back to the gathering. I hope the panelists here and including me, we have tried to push some points in front of you. May not be fully, but at least discussion points. And some questions probably we can take if you permit. Yes.
Questions to Ashutosh ji. Ashutosh ji, I just want to say present status of development of software where artificial intelligence is giving a lot of data, which Praveen Goyal was talking about. Has any software come up which can convert it to intelligent advice, AI to IE? That is, so you gather data, but somewhere software intelligence comes up, and automatic advice comes up, this is now to be done, or this will to be done after 1 year.
Yeah.
So AI to IE.
Yes. Intelligent information to... Absolutely. So when we look at IoT as a company, we look at it into three parts, sir. 3 layers, I should say. The first layer is the connected product. So everything connected, we believe that, you know, whether it is rolling stock or your switchboard or your transformer or your, you know, base, everything are connected. So that's the baseline. So that's the connected level. And the second layer which goes, we call it as a edge. Now, in edge, what is happening, you are monitoring all these equipments at the edge level. So your local SCADAs, you know, your substation automation, this and that, everything being operated and maintained at the local level, at the edge level. Now, these two things are good for those who are actually operating it, you know, who are actually, you know, running the, what you call switchyard or those kind of things. But if you look at the person who is in O&M, and I'm given an example of, you know, there are 2 fitters managing, you know, 20 stations and those kind of things. Now, if this information is available at the edge level, how is this information, because the SCADA is in a room, right? It will be useful to the last person, the fitter who is on the field, that what's going on, if he has to manage 20 stations, say for example. So that is where the top layer, which is called apps and analytics layer, is very, very important to implement. Sometimes we believe that by implementing the SCADA, our job is finished. No, you are only helping the people who are sitting in the rooms. It is not helping the people who are running on the ground. So that apps and analytics layer is very, very important to implement, which means it is getting you have a historian in your SCADA. Historians are carrying huge number of data, right? And this information, if it stays there, it is of no use to anybody. For example, sir was saying that the rolling stock sends so much of information, but there has to be somebody to take it and make a decision out of it. So you have to apply the top layer, which is apps and analytics layers, on top of your individual SCADAs. That is where I said the system of the systems, which will get the useful information delivered in a useful and actionable manner to the person who is on the ground. So any sort of technology we can build, I truly believe that if it is not helping the man on the ground, it's of no use.
So this raises the question like this.
Yeah.
If this software can be developed and the advice can be given to a foreman level,
yes,
we won't need second layer of engineers in the maintenance.
Yes, yes.
We won't need today a deputy chief engineer or DGM level sitting, what analysis he can do.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you build a software that this information coming from this, with this data, it will be due for looking at it after 6 months, or you have to do this thing. Right. This information goes to, say, one person, and he passes on to the fitter level.
Right.
So you don't need a second layer at all.
Yes.
Today, in this mobile, I don't need many things.
Yes.
I don't go for repair. In TV, I go for repairs for 10 years. Why do I require in maintenance a second, third layer traditionally?
Yeah.
So how can we build this?
Correct.
Again, repeat, artificial intelligence into intelligent advice.
Right. So just to put it into perspective, you need aggregation at some level. You know, analysis at some level.
In general,
Yeah.
there are 8 branches of artificial intelligence. So one is collecting a data. Other is a engineer who is designing this. Third is a person who is analyzing it. So if this analysis and the approach can be built in, which manufacturers can do very easily, perhaps maintenance cost will go down.
Absolutely, because that is where we say apps layer, because you have to, the person on the field should have an application on his mobile, clearly running, saying that pump number this at this particular station has a problem, it has stopped or it is overflowing, some information, some actionable thing, so he knows. He doesn't have to, you know, be everywhere. He has to only manage the critical problems which he has to attend. That is where now why do we, if you look at Google Map, for example?
It should become automatic.
Absolutely. Sir, Google Map is a very critical and a very clear example of this. It not only tells me how much time I will take to reach, it tells me the shortest route as well. And more importantly, it tells me how much traffic is ahead, right? Now, this information is very, very critical to me. It gives me the alternate paths. So what is it giving? Is it giving me only the route? No, it is giving me the intelligence to act and be more efficient on the ground. That's the kind of thing which you are asking, I think. And every technology operator has this moral duty and the social duty to deliver this kind of end result.
Mr. Goel, but he raised a point. In 20 metros today, we would have more than hundreds of engineers at a higher level. Now, if they put all together the brainwork and somebody develops a software, practically I find all the equipment will tell you what you require. Today, if I'm sitting at this one, somebody asks on TV, have you switched on this, do this, and this is over. They are not visiting now. They are guiding only sitting there, even Airtel, other things. Why can't we do even for maintenance here?
So it's quite a challenge, I would say. It's not very easy to be able to use the data. And as you mentioned very clearly, that the question was that what layer, or can we have an AI layer where we can do a scrubbing of data, where we can make meaning out of it. Because if you just take an air conditioning data, let us say from an air conditioner, you will find that the amount of information it gives you is overwhelming. So again, you need some layer, as mentioned by Anupam, that you require an app which will practically bring only the useful information out of it. So I think if that is done, and that is something which is really missing, and that requires some amount of AI and some amount of analysis. If both the things are put together, that will be very useful. Somehow I am not able to think of many examples where this kind of a thing has been successfully implemented and used.
Banks have done it.
Which one?
Banks have done it. Banking industry. Today, if you apply for loan,
so they are able to...
They win from a mess of data, they tell you that this person is fit for this or not. The point I was making is, India is already at 810 kilometers. After 5-10 years, it will be 2,000 kilometers of metros in India.
So probably we need a startup here
now,
also.
Now, if you start today, at least after 5 years, we will have something.
Yeah, because in the bank, this kind of a revolution could never been expected by big banks. It came only from startups who actually were able to analyze In fact, they are also analyzing the SMS that is being sent to us, and based on that, they are able to determine our credit and debit history.
Here I was saying, why not the manufacturers of rolling stock
So I think
start with?
Yeah, we
Why not others to start with? So if we insist for that, ask for these things, perhaps after 5 years we'll have where we will require 1/3 of the person for maintenance.
certainly, I cannot agree more on that.
I am Venkatesha Chaturvedi from DFCCIL. I just want to ask a question from Praveen sir. Is digitalization helpful to prevent the failures or avoid the failure itself?
Yes, certainly. Most certainly, it is. The basic purpose is to detect a failure before a failure occurs. That is the basic purpose. And generally, what has been happening is that we have been going with time-based maintenance. Now, if we can go with.
Yes, sir. I would like to add, our problem is not that we are lacking in maintenance or we are failing. We are doing more maintenance. That is problem.
Do we have the self-rectification system in digitalization?
Self-rectification is one of the trickiest and toughest things to do. I mean, batteries do it, but then there is a cost involved, which is basically short circuit and fire, which does happen. So every time we do a self-rectification, I mean, SCADA does it, a lot of other, but there are always pros and cons for it. So in most of the cases, the failure is detected and reported. Someone has to receive it and then take some action. Self-rectification is not very common.
If sir permits, I would like to add here, it is connected with this, like 5D beam, one application, very good thing is happening in Nagpur-Pune Metro, that in this platform, all the assets, normally challenges was that each system-wide we were maintaining maintenance manuals, so many things. When any failure happens down the time, say after 4 or 5 years, it is difficult to find drawings, it is difficult to connect with maintenance manuals. So what we have done by this asset tagging, each asset nominated either civil infrastructure side or rolling stock. So we are loading all the drawings, related drawings, manufacturer drawings, maintenance manuals, all the maintenance protocols. So I am not telling that everything will be very well and fine. Somebody challenge is to use it, but certainly it is in very right direction that all the documents, everything needed are for the future, they are available. It is going to help. Or probably these such things of integration will be needed for further, as sir was telling, when we go for artificial intelligence or such decision we have to make, even through software, such inputs will be needed. So such preparation is needed. It is certainly a long journey, but one thing maybe we like or dislike, but our survival is there only. We have to do it.
Sir, presently
by this or that way.
Presently, we are getting the information about all the failures. We don't have the arrangement of rectification yet, sir.
Yes, exactly. That is the AI purpose is this one. System should be smart enough, intelligent enough to correct itself. Like we can take simple example our smartphone. 99% its defects. Basically, if it is not hardware problem, 99% problem or software problem, it diagnoses, it corrects itself. Just even sometime you simply reset it, it corrects. So we have to think that level. Maybe right now it looks maybe we can mock ourselves that what we are talking, how it is possible. But certainly it will happen. It will happen.
If we are talking about the high-speed trains and all these arrangements, I think we are in need of all these arrangements.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why can't this problem be given to IITs? These are the systems available with us. Analyze this. Do a PhD on this. We turn out 5,000 PhD engineering, but it is not put in public use yet. So let what is required in service, now the metro cost is 5 lakh crores. Some people should work on that. Who should do this?
Thank you, sir. I may not be knowing fully, but to you, जो मुझे आता है वो बोलूँगा. मैं ये सोचता हूँ सर कि this is already being done. I'm talking only about rolling stock. The way we have awarded NCRTC, first time they have gone for rolling stock procurement and maintenance for 15 years. We are interacting with the Alstom team also. They are the rolling stock supplier. All other asset management services are with us. So we are discussing with them. They are already talking about the condition-based maintenance. So they will certainly be analyzing their data. The whole team will not be sitting here the way like a conventional metro is there. They are setting up their own call centers, maybe here, maybe in their manufacturing facilities from where they will guide the lower staff. So certainly it is bound to happen. More and more we pass on this maintenance to the industry. Right now what has happened that industry has supplied us certain equipments and we start maintaining it by our own background of the old way of maintenance. The moment suppose I put the OHE and give it for the 15 years of maintenance, then you will see all this will start. They will start collecting the data, analyze them, work out how it can be minimized. Ultimately, operation and maintenance cost has to be minimized.
Excellent. This is a self-contained pressurization on quality improvement. If I have to maintain the train, I will build the equipment in that which I don't need to look at. So quality improves. You need not check even.
Sir, I am Yogesh here.
That you shall tell us condition monitoring when it is due. Give a software with that. Condition monitoring. No. Alstom manufacturer. They should give you software. We are not demanding that.
Sir, I have a question.
Okay, this is the last question. Sorry, please.
Sir, I am Yogesh from Delhi Metro Rail Corporation. Sir, I have a question regarding operation of the running lines. I think in the panel there is an eminent person from the operations, Keshav sir itself having run a vast network. I have a question that right now we are discussing about the digital future of urban rail. So in terms of operation, whenever we are dealing with any disruption of services, this metro rail industry, where we stand, how to deal with the disruption in terms of number of trains we have to pull up, number of trains we have to keep out of the loop, number of stations we have to keep running in terms of dealing with the passengers. How we are able to handle with all such situations right now and how we will able to handle in the future when there will be major disruption in our services. Either Keshav sir or from L&T, Mr. Sudhir sir.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, but we all metro operators first of all hope that we don't encounter a major disruption which you are asking about, but nevertheless, in case such situation comes, what are our operation plans to mitigate that situation? So one of the best, I will say the advantage of metro system is that we have an automatic fare collection system which gives us a precise data about what kind of passengers, what number of passengers are available at each point of time at each node of my network. And that data is certainly very, very helpful for organizing my operation plan as to where I want to run the trains or what is the shortest portion which can be like contained for disruption and rest of the network can be how quickly it can be restored or remobilized. Just to give an example to you about, it is not related to disruption, but recently we had a T20 match in Hyderabad, which is a stadium, is a station which is close to the station itself is named as a stadium. And the match was to end at about 11:30, whereas our normal services finished by 11 itself. So that day we planned to extend the services. And as you know, when the match ends, a complete 35,000 capacity of crowd is going to come at once to the station. And to cater for that kind of traffic, you have to have some operational strategy and plans. So what we did is we checked into the past as to when the last match was happened. We got the data about what kind of people actually used our metro system, what were their originating station. And for that then we decided, okay, this is the kind of people who are going to come from various fare zones. And we kept the return tickets in advance, pre-booked tickets of that fare zone. And people when they come, that time itself we started distributing them with those kind of options. And that helped us a lot in basically discharging the crowd early after the match was over. So these kind of information comes because we had a AFC system which could throw us a data of what happened on 6 December 2019 when last match was held and what kind of people came from various sources. I think that example can be further extended to the disruption things also because you have the data available. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but this is best I tried myself.
Half a minute if you permit. I will just not answer your question. I don't have an answer for that. But I can narrate an incident which shows you, I'm not talking about disruption, I'm talking about extremely different situation where a lot of people come. 19th of September, British Queen's funeral date. I was in London. You can't think of the crowd which was in London. You order a taxi, it cannot come. Everybody is on road. Half an hour, we kept on waiting from place to place. There is no way you can travel. Buses are not traveling. There is no space on the roads. Then we went to London Underground. It was so good. 100% traffic is going to London Underground. Queues, 40 people in front of the gates, access fare gates. Each train they are traveling is coming information. The space is available in the first coach or the third coach. Entire traffic was handled by the London Underground. Next day, all newspapers appreciated only London Underground. So there must be a way to improve these operations, which you are talking about. I don't have an answer, but probably London Underground can tell how they manage the traffic on that particular day. Thank you.
Thank you so very much to each of our panelists right here, and of course to Mr. Kumar Kesha for really moderating this session, putting it all together so very well. To thank our panelists and to thank our moderator, may I now please extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Indrajit Saoji on stage yet again, along with Mr. Abhishek Pachauri. So a round of applause as I welcome both the gentlemen here on stage to take this movement further, present our speakers with the token of our appreciation, along with my promise to all of you interactive audience members that we have some very spectacular prizes and gifts coming your way. We now like to invite Mr. H.K. Raghu, Senior Professor, Rolling Stock, IRITM, Lucknow, to join us and to tell us more about sustainability of urban transport in India. Let us look forward to this very interesting standalone session. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for Sir as he steps forward. A round of applause from our kind audience, please. Thank you.
नमस्कार. एक बहुत लंबा सेशन जिसमें बहुत सारा गहन चर्चा हुई, अध्ययन हुआ, समझने की कोशिश की गई कि डिजिटाइजेशन कैसे मेट्रो को बढ़िया कर सकता है। अभी आज की डेट में तो डिजिटाइजेशन जो है ये आपकी नेसेसिटी हो गया है। इट इज़ नॉट दैट कि हमें उसको क्या फ़ायदा करना है, क्या फ़ायदा नहीं करना है। इट बिकम्स नेसेसिटी and nobody can remain without it. I, being part of metro systems as a regulator for about 5 years while working in RDSO, I personally feel that metro is the only system which is to be used as a sustainable system for public transport. There are questions that it is not financially viable. We are making our DPRs in which we try to show it financially viable. But whatever DPR we are making, and finally when metro runs, and during the review meetings with MDs, I happens to have in some of the meetings, and it was to my surprise that even Delhi Metro, whatever they are calculating, is running at 35% of the capacity what was projected. Though we think that Delhi Metro is the most overloaded metro, but it is also running at 35 km. So there must be something else which we have to look, and that is very interesting, which I am going to share. Early in the morning, I was taken to a surprise that our secretary, technical secretary to UP government, technical advisor to UP government, is saying that जो हमारा एक्सप्रेस हाईवे है उसके अलोंग RRTS चलाने के लिए, ठीक है। तो आई एम टोटली अगेंस्ट दी एक्सप्रेस हाईवेज and any kind of road for public transportation. If public transportation is to be done, it is to be done only with the metro. Let us see. And let us see together whether it is convincing or not convincing. The topic is sustainable public transport metro light. This is the normal picture we see in lean season. जब lean time रहता है तो ऐसे दिखता है ना metro. आराम से आप जाते हैं उसमें. I am H.K. Raghu, joined as senior professor, rolling stock, IRITEM, Lucknow, on 28th June. And suddenly got developed my interest in teaching to the young people that why they should prefer the metro. Basically, coming to the selection of technology, how we select a particular technology is very important. So we look for a long-lasting technology. Whatever technology we will purchase, because we don't have our own technology, we have to purchase from some company. So it has to be long-lasting, at least for 25 to 30 years. Then it has to be energy efficient and effective. It should be self-reliant, means once we purchase the technology from somebody, we should know take the know-how also through TOT so that we can maintain ourselves. Then comes, it should be eco-friendly. Then comes after eco-friendly, it should sustain itself. Once we sustain, means we think that it should sustain financially. And we do not calculate the cost of several other things which we are paying otherwise if metro is not there. Then the acceptability by a common person. We, all people who are sitting in this hall, are very learned person. But unfortunately, we must be about, say, 5 to 6% of total population. You are not catering to the need of 95% population. That is why you are looking for high-speed trains or some other lucrative things. Then coming to the cost effectiveness and low maintenance cost. Whatever rolling stock we purchase or whatever system we use, it should be something like maintenance free. Once we purchase it, जैसे इसका ऐड आता था ना किसी मोटरसाइकिल का, fill and forget, तो उसमें least cost होनी चाहिए हमारी. Then availability of fund and the political will, whether the funds are available and the political will is there or not. You see different modes of transportation for public transport, mobility in the city. Few other modes, again waterways and all that. We are getting now diverted to waterways also. I divide the total transportation, public transportation, surface transportation, into two segments. Segment number one is road and rubber tire. It consists of road, asphalt or cement. Then two-wheeler, bicycles, motorbike, scooters, three-wheelers, auto rickshaws, battery rickshaw, e-rickshaw, four-wheeler, taxi, minibus, city bus, trucks. And now recently the electrical buses and trucks. आपने सुना होगा एक हाईवे बनने वाला है जिस पे इलेक्ट्रिकल ट्रक चलेंगे, सुना? The second mode is railroad and the steel tire. Indian Railway, Metro Rail, Metro Light, or any kind of system which is running on track with the steel tire, it comes into this category. Then for freight operation, we are having dedicated freight corridor. Now comparing various modes of surface transport, if you can see the first row is basically the road occupied by the cyclist if 50 cyclists are going from one direction to other direction. Second row shows that if you are on a motorbike. Third row shows if you are in a bus, so all 50 people are coming in a bus. Then the last row shows when you are running your own vehicle. So 50 people go in about 35 vehicles on a road. Now comparing to the size of road, if about 50,000 people per hour are to be sent from one direction to other direction, you require about 175 meter wide road if you are using only car, and about 35 meter wide road if you are using the buses, public buses, and only 9 meter wide space if we are using the metros. And in this diagram you are seeing when we are going by the car, though purposely I have shown there is no tree, But actually, if you are having 175-meter wide road, you will find no place for tree between two colonies. In the second, when you are using the buses, there are some amount of trees, means some greenery. And then when we go for the metro, sufficient ample space is available for greenery. Then number of vehicles on the road. Since 1940 to 2019 or so, the vehicle has gone like anything on the road. The first line, blue line, shows the buses and trucks. The green line shows the car, and the sum is shown in red color. So how we are increasing the number of vehicles on the road is quite clear. Now, we are saying that we are running a green energy, or green truck, or green buses, or green transport. But really, whether we are green or not, basically till now we are concentrating on a pollution which is seen by the eyes. Whatever pollution you can see, you want to eliminate. Like Kejriwal, CM of Delhi, want to eliminate the smoke which is coming from Haryana or Punjab. ठीक है? इसी तरह आप दूसरे पे ब्लेम करते रहते हैं कि भाई धुआं है, धुआं आ रहा है तो पोल्यूशन है. तो whatever you can see, that is you can take the effort towards reducing it. But now coming to exhaust versus non-exhaust pollution. So this diagram shows you that when a car drives on the road, the 86% amount of pollution is created by a car which is non-exhaust. Means even if you go for e-drive or whatever drive you want, the non-exhaust pollution is going to be there till you are using a car. Car means road and rubber tire. And only 14% of the pollution is coming in the exhaust range, which you can counteract by designing your better engines. The environment hazards are there. By 2015, the global production of thermoplastic, by which the tires are made, is 322 million tons. And when we run on the road, the tire shadings are coming on the road and they are converting it to microplastics. And by 2010, about 12.7 million tons microplastics has gone into ocean. Pollution of the environment with plastic is recognized as a serious global threat. Tires are made of basically natural rubber, synthetic rubber, oil consumption. If you see the oil consumption, for making one car tire, we are consuming 7 gallons of crude oil. And for making one truck tire, we are consuming 22 gallons of crude oil. So that we are not seeing, we are seeing only the tire. Producing tire still has a monumental environmental impact, like deforestation, because we are cutting the rubber trees after it is giving the useful life. And then climatic harming fossil fuels used to make synthetic rubbers. Now you see this beautiful picture. It's a very beautiful picture. So like a necklace and a diamond necklace. But this is basically a picture taken from a satellite of a tire dump of Saudi Arabia. But if you go nearby, you will find the tire dumps are like this. And how you dispose the tire dumps? This is like this. And they are real picture. The story of rubber tire starts from 1839, when Charles Goodyear developed the process of making natural rubber more flexible, durable, that is vulcanization. So by vulcanizing rubber, we can make the rubber tires. In 1888, John Dunlop invented the pneumatic field tire for cycle. And in 1911, Phillips Strauss invented the first successful car tire. Modern tires are made of synthetic rubber, wire, plastic, based fabric, and other materials. Now let us see the tire wear generation scale. This is year-wise the study done and the findings. In 2013, Stewart Mint of Canada has done a study in which one truck tire generates nearly 2.5 pounds of microplastics in its service life of 6 years. In 2015, coal study was conducted and it has shown in the US alone itself,
about 1.8 million tons of microplastics each year is generated. Once the tire particles have made into the river and ocean, they also affect the noticeable effect on the marine life. Then John Weston had done an experiment in the lab. He has taken a glass tub, in that he put the shrimps and then put the microplastics coming out of the tires. And it was observed that the shrimps are eating it along with the water because they are very small particles and they are getting stuck in their gills. Either they die, and if they are not able to, they are not dying, and it goes into their stomach, it remains in their guts for very long, and then they die after some time. And what is the method of taking shrimps in your food? You just fry them and then take it. There is no much processing of shrimps. So whatever tire dump has gone into its guts, it will go in your guts. So you will get lot of problem. Now non-exhaust pollution. If you see the non-exhaust pollution is basically in three range. One is PM 2.5 particle, then second PM 2.5 to PM 10, then more than PM 10. So this graph shows basically tire wear, brake wear and road wear. The maximum amount of pollution which is generated when the truck or car drives on the road, and road wear causes the suspension. So about 2.5 milligram per kilometer per vehicle tire wear is emission in the 2.5 PM. Estimated pollution, the wear and tear using the specific emission factor per vehicle kilometer method, taking into account all the three kind of roads, urban, rural and highway roads. The capturing of wear and tear in pores of very open asphalt concrete. When the tire wears and tears, if your very open asphalt concrete roads are there, so some amount of thing will get trapped into those pores. And considering that also, the total generation is about 17,300 ton per year. If we take into consideration that about 95% is captured in a very open asphalt concrete, which are especially made roads, then about 8,900 tons microplastics goes into air, which is inhaled by the people. The average of estimated amount is 8,834 tons per year. The pollution cycle, when the tire runs on the road, it drops the particle in the air, some particle which are very light, less than 2.5 PM or 2.5 PM, they go into the air. Remaining tires wear remains in the road, and when the rain comes, this goes along with the water into your water treatment plants. And from water treatment plant also, PM 2.5 particle is not being extracted and it goes into river. Then some amount directly goes into river, and finally river goes into the ocean. In that way, if you see the distribution of microplastic, if we take the total microplastic generation is about 15,030 ton, then in the road asphalt, it remains about 8,768 ton, and 58% of tire wear remains on the road. Then in the air, it goes about 1,040 tons, that is about 7%. And water is taken to WTTP, is 1,337 ton, that is 9%. And then the water discharged from WTTP in the rivers is 523 tons, which contains microplastics, that is 3.5 metric ton. Through surface water directly into river, about 520 tons particles are going into river, that is 3.4 microton. And finally in the ocean, about 261 tons of particles are going, and you are consuming lot of seafoods. And they are delicacy of 5-star hotel like this in which we are here. So if somebody has taken prawns or some shrimps in the lunch, he can see that something has gone inside his stomach. Tire wear dust emission worldwide. If this study was done on 13 countries, and these 4 countries, Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, are considered as the greener countries, which creates less than 1% of total pollution worldwide in case of microplastics. Then coming next for Germany, United Kingdom, Italy and Japan, their pollution level is about less than 5%. Now let us see what our beloved India is doing. The beloved India and Brazil are more than 5% and they are in the range of 5.97 and 6%. And the worst polluter in the world, you can see China, USA and Australia. Australia is the worst polluter. But most of us are sending our people, our kids to study in Australia, or they are going for, say, some services, either doctors or engineers, to go to Australia for getting better perks. But they are subjected to a worst polluted area. So total about 4,900,000 tons per year is generated, which is distributed in these 13 countries. Microplastic characteristic and generation scale. Less than 2.5 ppm particles are remaining in the air for weeks and days together, and it can travel up to 1,000 kilometers. 50 to 80% particles are coming into PM10%, which are non-exhaust, which are not creating that much problem to the human being because it can be filtered by mask which you are wearing. But if you are not wearing even if you are wearing N95 mask, the particle 2.5 pm will go inside it and it will affect you. The large variation is due to factors such as the degree of precipitation, and resuspension is less under wet condition. If the conditions are wet, then air suspension will be less. Suddenly, tire result into sustainable increase in non-exhaust PM10. Now see the health effect. Ultimately, the human and the ecosystem are affected with this. For human, the most relevant exposure route is inhalation. Marine and other aquatic organisms may also be exposed to tire wear and tear through ventilation, gills and feedings. Many of the organisms like mussels and oysters are important seafoods. Human health is at risk. About 30.7% of death of India can be attributed to the air pollution. That means about 2.5 million people die every year for this, because of this pollution, and the global burden is about 4.2 million people. Death in India due to air pollution is increasing year by year, starting from 1990, that is 30.33 lakhs person per year to 16.67 lakh per year. Health effect of inhalation we have already discussed, but it is only the repetition of the same thing. The stress, this is the urgency to identify those components which are affecting the health of human being. Health due to food exposure, again we have taken. Now we are coming to the mitigation measures. The moment we say somebody that tires are doing something wrong, the tire companies and the automobile companies come with the mitigation measures. They say we will recycle it. So they start recycling. The moment you permit by the law the recycling of any system which is creating pollution, the production will not stop. But you see from the figure, from 1990 to 2017, the production has shown to be reduced from 1,000 million tires to 60 million tires. And this is basically wrong reflection of the figures. Whatever, if the number of cars are increasing on the road, if the number of vehicles are increasing on the road, the tire has to be there. Only thing, production you have reduced, but simultaneously you have increased the retrading business. So retrading business is also increasing, and the retrading tires wears faster than the normal tire. So mitigation measures, what we have seen, the wear resistance tire. Now the tire production people will come to you that we are making a wear resistance tire. But there is in the mechanical engineering, if you see, there is a law of magic triangle. If you reduce the tire wear, then the slip resistance will increase. So finally, you will end up in unsafe vehicle. So that magic triangle can only be controlled, and some people will say, can then electrical cars are going to reduce. The electrical cars are going to reduce only the pollution which is seen by you, and that is visible. Unless we are going for 100% nuclear power,
And till we are dependent on the thermal power, we are not going to reduce the total pollution. Only thing, it is not happening in Delhi, it is not happening in Bombay, it is happening in Korba, or it is happening in something else. Just, it will take 5 more minutes, and because the message should go to the people. Then, electrical cars are creating this kind of dump. This is one of the dump created outside Delhi. And self-driving car can control the total tire wear. But again, the magic triangles affect the. Then if you are taking the sewerage water plant, and that much water you have to treat, then it will be very costly. So finally, if we see, the civil engineers will come, they will say, I will make a road which will wear your tire less. I will have the open asphalt tires. The pavement could be designed to reduce wear. Designing roads using very open asphalt could reduce the emission, which is more than PM10. So we conclude that tire is a sleepy source of microplastics. It can only be addressed effectively if awareness increases, knowledge gaps are being closed. This requires a global effort from the stakeholder, consumers and all that. Now see the budget allocation, how we are doing the budget allocation. The budget allocation for the health, for direct health, 86,200 crores has been given in the year 2022. And then National Health Mission, 37,000 crores. And finally, Pradhan Mantri Swasth Suraksha Yojana, 10,000 crores. And total it comes to 1,33,200 crores. And for road, we have given about 2,19,018 crores. And for railways, including RRTS and metros, we have given only 1,44,000 crores. So, what is proposed redistribution? As I propose that roads and tires are going to affect your health and the health burden also on the hospitals. So, let us see the road budgets and the health budget if we total accumulate. The reduction of 10% in the road budget, and you concentrate more not creating new roads, only the maintaining the existing roads. Then 1% on health, then we get about 2,124 crores for the metro. So we can create one metro every year. Additional budget for IR and metro is available for 2,125 crores. And auto reduction, once we make the metro, just a minute. Once we make a metro, the health budget automatically reduces. The 1% we have already done in a positive manner, 1% in the first year. But if you introduce the metro, the number of tires will reduce, so the health burden will reduce. And in the second year, we will go for 2%, and finally target is 5% reduction. But finally, if you see, about 30% of budget is going only in curing the diseases related to your airborne particles.
Mr. Raghu,
Similarly, on the road, in the first year, we have projected 10% reduction. And second year, 20%, and the target is to reduce 50%. Only keep the budget for maintaining the existing road.
Mr. Raghu, we are running out.
So, the colonial railway latest, what is the most pollution-free railways, is the railway which was running in Germany. And this is the world's first passenger train provided by a hydrogen fuel cell. And the exhaust is simply water and steam. You can literally drink it. If you take the exhaust of this train and in the glass, you can drink it without any fear. This is clean energy, it's a combination of everything. Mobility strategy, one thing is quite clear, that rail transport is backbone of tomorrow's mobility. And the mobility strategy 225, we need to answer the sustainability and green mobility. Urgently need to be what? The unique responsibility lies on us, for which we need to ready to endorse the focus on the solution, whatever needed to save the earth. So this is basically, we have seen the means of transportation, we have seen the advantages. So green transport, metro is green transport, so therefore we decide go for metro. Thank you very much.
Well, our next session is all set to begin, and this is a very interesting session on our next segment, Indian Metro Rail, the pillar of transport system in India. May I now extend a very warm welcome to our speakers as we set the stage right here. One of our panelists will be joining us virtually, so please do support us as we are trusting technology to take a lead right here. Now joining in our panelists right here on stage are Mr. Amitabh Banerjee, CMD, IRFC. Please put your hands together as I also present to you Mr. Ved Prakash Jadeja, Vice Chairman, RLDA, Mr. Jitendra Tyagi, Managing Director, Uttarakhand Metro Rail Corporation. Joining us virtually will be Mr. Loknath Behera, MD, Kochi Metro Rail Corporation. And of course, moderating the session, we have Mr. Karun Sareen, Partner, KPMG India. May I request all of you to please put your hands together. We will have Mr. Loknath Behera join us virtually up on the screen for you. All our speakers will be able to see them on the monitor in front of them. And please do remember, after this session, we have some spectacular gifts coming for our interactive audience members, and also a very special felicitation ceremony for the game changers of the industry. Over to you, sir.
I think thank you so much for introducing us. Due to the paucity of time, I think we will leave the introductions aside and we will straight away jump into the topic. I can only say that it's a very distinguished panel where we have people who are in charge of financing large infrastructure in rail and metro sector. We have people who are operating a full-blown metro in Kochi, and we have got in our panel experts who are in charge for a huge station redevelopment program, world's largest station redevelopment program, which is ongoing in India. And then we also have somebody who has more than 3 decades of experience on, and he has seen it all. So 3 decades of experience in construction, implementation of Metro Rail project in Delhi, and now he's the MD of Uttarakhand Metro Rail Corporation Limited. So we have a power-packed panel, and I will try to direct some pointed questions to them for the benefit of the audience, and I would try to make sure that at least 10 to 15 minutes are left for the audience to also interact. Before I jump into questions, I would just set the context. So there are studies, and which was a very, we had a previous session, we had a powerful presentation which not only explained that road transport is unsustainable because of the exhaust, but because of rubber tires. I never thought that that can also be one of the reasons. But obviously there is a strong case for metros because they are more efficient, environmentally efficient, and of course they take less road space, and hence it makes perfect sense to have a public transport system, a mass transport system which is based on rail. Studies have actually shown that there is a strong correlation between the economic development and urban mobility. And we all know that it is projected by the 100th year of independence, which is 2047, the urban population in India would double. So we are today at 43, 44 crores, 430 million. It's going to double to about 820 million. So it's going to increase. To cater to such a vast demand, there has to be a modal shift from private to public. Currently, only 18% people in the country are traveling on public transport. So there has to be for sustainability, there has to be a shift to public transport. And metro rail will play an important role, and as the topic suggests, it is one of the pillars of transport system in India. Over the last 6 to 7 years, urban transport sector has grown at a very fast clip with about 500 kilometers which got added and today we have about 19 cities where the metro projects are operational. And it is planned that by the 100th year of independence to 2047, about 75 urban cities or cities would have urban transport system, and the total length of metro and urban transport system will be around 5,000 kilometers. So that's the extent of what you call the ambition that is there for the urban transport system. With this, I think we can start our discussions, and I will start my discussions by first shooting my questions to Mr. Beheria, because I guess he's also having some tight schedule and he has to also have some other commitments as well. So Mr. Beheria, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. So, Mr. Beheria, you have been a cop and all your life and have been in public service. Now you have taken over as the MD of Kochi Metro Rail. I would want to understand from you what has your been experience on the impact you would have, because you would have seen the public from close corners, impact of metro rail system on the city.
I was saying, see this city of Kochi, I consider it the most beautiful city in this country because it has very, very unique things. And it has a robust water transport system, it is extremely beautiful, it has sea, it has port, it has one of the best airports in the country, and all the kinds you can add. Metro is the last entrant. Now we are actually going to put the water metro, that's a different subject altogether. In India, is a water metro with the best in the world. They are going to actually polish it and make it very softly. Now what is happening is that when I was also the police commissioner of this city long back. So I have seen over the period of time, when that time the metro rail was not there. The skyline was totally different. The pattern of traffic was also different. Now after coming up the metro, many of the things have changed. The traffic has become a little smoother, though it has increased quite a bit. I'll give you a very interesting statistics you will understand. Kerala state, which is having a population of around 3.7 crores, has got 1.99 crore vehicles. So you can see it is the highest density in the whole of the country. And in that city, I mean state, highest density of vehicle is in Kochi. So what is happening is that the metro rail definitely has eased the traffic congestions to some extent, though not fully. Now we are going to the next generation, actually kind of thing like water metro. We have got the feeder services like the electric vehicles. Now we are inducting quite a number of electric autos for the first mile and last mile connectivity. These are all happening together on a very technological platform. So we'll be the first city in this country, very shortly, that you buy one instrument, whether it is a token or a ticket like London, and you can travel in any of the public transport systems. This is the idea which technology is a great level, that is what is happening. So I should say, metro rail has definitely an impact in not only in actually the transport system or traffic management, but also socio-economically. Of course, people are very happy because their land prices have gone up. So some people are happy actually. Some people are happy because they can actually earn a lot of money. A lot of business activities are taking place. That's what it is metro. And it will be all there, whether it is in Uttarakhand or whether it is Chennai, whether it is that. Actually, some people who have actually started early, some people who are late starters are also gainers. And all the best of the experience should be shared. One last thing I wanted to say, the metro rail companies are like brothers and sisters. So what has happened is that they are all together. So whatever I do, and it is replicated somewhere. Somewhere something good happens, I also replicate that. It is like that, it is actually mutual dependencies there. So it is only because it is the people who want it that way.
Sure. Mr. Beheria, another question that I want to ask you is that this lower patronage on the metro rail system has been a concern. For example, Kochi, I don't know the exact numbers, but it is around 65,000 people travel a day. Of course, the target is to do 1 lakh a day, 365 lakhs in 365 days. But what are the ways you are planning so that the ridership can improve? What steps KMRCL is taking to bring more people on the metro rail network?
Look, actually, it's a very difficult task because the traffic the movement pattern gets into the head. When I was in Delhi, I don't knowing fully that I can travel, my office was exactly Delhi. I could have easily traveled in metro. But I used to always say I used to take a car. Similarly, means tomorrow I'll get more people. But it will not be actually economically very viable because we have invested so much of money for this metro. So are more services and who the people that and need more actually this first mile and last mile connectivity at reasonable rate. The ease of travelability is there. Supporting coordinated, sustainable support, then your ridership will increase. I have put a target on me that by December 31st, I must get 1 lakh average. That means 365 lakhs every year.
Thank you so much, Mr. Behera. Now I will go to Mr. Tyagi. And sir, you have been in this sector for 3 decades now, more than 3 decades, rail and metro sector. And you have seen how things have evolved since DMRC got operational in 2002 and then now 20 years. So what major changes have you seen which have happened in the last 2 decades of your career? And what do you think is the outlook for future?
See, metro, if you see the history, the first metro was in Delhi. And that time, metro was decided that we will make metro on these routes. There were certain changes also. There was no scientific method of deciding the routes. I'm talking about the changes. Now, Ministry of Urban Affairs, they brought a metro policy in 2017, which has stipulated very detailed guideline how a city can plan a metro. You cannot plan a metro on gut feeling that somebody says that, yes, this route needs a metro because when I traveled that day, there was a lot of traffic. So this route needs a metro. This philosophy is not correct. And in many cities where the ridership is less, probably the region is, one of the reasons is maybe this also. So now the scientific way of planning a metro is that you have to first make a comprehensive mobility plan of that city or area or metropolitan area or region. That comprehensive mobility plan will tell you the requirement of mobility. People want to move from A to B, C to D, E to F. Certain corridors will be identified first. And that, again, they will classify it into 2 or 3 categories. Corridors having high potential will be classified as corridor level 1, then level 2. So only level 1 corridor where the ridership requirement PHPDT is more than, say, 4,000, 5,000 or 2,000, probably you can think of some public transport. If it is lower than, improvement in bus service itself may prove to be okay. Then once you have decided certain corridors in the CMP, and CMP does not give only about the metro, it gives the improvement about the mobility in all fields, junction improvement, road improvement, where you need flyovers, freight management also. It's not only the people movement, but also the freight movement, which is also important for the city. Then when you have decided the corridor, then you have to make alternative analysis. That means for going from point A to B, there can be 2-3 routes. Which route is the best, which will serve the people? And then what technology is the best suited technology? And in technology, mainly, the main factor is how much PHBDT is there. If you have higher PHBDT, probably metro, high capacity metro like Delhi is required. If it is less, then probably metro light or LRT. In Europe, you call LRT. We have coined the word metro light is to be planned. So this way, a lot of changes have happened. And one more major change which has happened in that policy, that it does not speak only about the developing metro. It speaks about the developing the entire region. Land use changes, the concept of transit-oriented development is there. So that you, first attempt of any city should be to reduce the requirement of mobility. If you can provide daily needs or the workplace nearby the residences, the need itself will come down. So first attempt is to reduce the need of the travel by transit-oriented development. And then when you need, then you plan metro. So these are the changes which at a policy level they have come. And I want to comment on that part which you said that the ridership is less. The ridership is less because of one reason is that probably we planned metro without making all these scientific studies, number one. Number two, last mile connectivity, which has been told. And thirdly, which is very important, that metro, unless it covers the major part of the city, that means it fulfills the requirement from end to end, then only the people will be attracted. If it serves only part of their journey, nobody would like to shift from one mode to the other mode. So that is also very important, that making one corridor in a city is not going to give you ridership. In Delhi also, if you see the history, when the line 1 was made, the ridership was hardly any. After phase 2, the ridership started increasing because connectivity was more. After phase 3, ridership has multiplied because now from any part of the city, you can reach to any other part of the city. That is also important. And last point, it is a mindset or the inertia. The Delhi Metro patronage was started from students. Early in 2004 when the metro was started, mainly the students started coming to the metros, youngsters started coming to metros, and when they have grown up, they continued their habit. Those persons who were middle-aged at that time, they did not change because of hassles of how we'll operate the AFC, how we'll buy the ticket, how we'll use the smart card. So because of this inertia, people did not move. And now it is patronage because the students, they joined at the age of 18, they are now at 40, even then they are continuing. So these are the important factors for increasing the ridership. Thank you.
I think the biggest criticism that we see on metro is that it is not viable, it is not financially viable. So I'll come to Mr. Banerjee and I want to understand, of course, Mr. Tyagi touched upon it, but what are the, how can the financial viability be improved? Because we have seen in the various sessions that there is need for metros. It is the most efficient metro, it is the most efficient means of transport, and with the way urbanization is happening, there is very limited solutions that we have. So given that context, what is, how this financial viability can be improved?
Although I'm not eminently suited to comment on the metro working and the viability thereof, because I'm not presently not in the metro sector, but I have been once upon a time in, the last decade, I was there in Delhi Metro, and I have seen Delhi Metro working at very close quarters. Now, you see, basically, a metro project is a capital guzzling project. It just eats, drinks capital. A lot of capital. It's extremely capital intensive, and the break-even, the tenor is extremely long. I mean, come what may, I mean, you may have a lot of ridership going. Still, to break even the, to recoup the capital cost is a very, very Herculean task. And therefore, we have to ensure that we have at least the operating profit, if not the final net profit after, because it's very difficult, because after meeting the debt obligations and all, it's very difficult. Now, what we have seen is over the years that the financing of metro is, the mix is like, 40% is contributed by the equity holders, that is the state government and the union government for, pitching in with 20% each, and then 60% is through multilateral agencies, mostly JICA in case of metros. Now, JICA was still viable in the sense that the rate of interest was pretty low. At my time, it was about 1.5% with 10-year moratorium period, 30-year repayment. So it is very, very easy payment terms, repayment terms. The interest obligations were not too high, although in totality, the interest obligations do contribute to the enhancement of the project cost. Now, therefore, the point is viability of a metro project per se is somehow, it is outlandish to expect. I mean, you should not expect that the metro projects would be viable. Basically, metro project is a socio-economic project. It is meant for the public at large. It is not meant to rake in any revenue. But of course, everybody strives towards, towards at least recovery of the principal, along with the, not the principal, but the project cost, which includes the repayment of the principal as well as the interest thereon. So for that, I mean, you know, it needs a lot of efforts. There are many efforts that government is doing, like my earlier speaker, he had mentioned about the National Metro Rail Policy of 2017, which did talk of various measures to be taken, especially the first and last mile connectivity. And it also talked about decreasing the cost of metros per se, because during my time, I still remember about 120 crore per kilometer was for an elevated track, and about 300 crores, depending on the geophysical conditions, 300 crores for the underground. Now it has gone up to by more than 2 times that particular figure. So the cost is extremely huge. So we can talk of some more, efficient construction methods in metro, like Metro Light is there. There's another concept of Metro Neo. In case of Metro Light, I think there's a 40% cost reduction. In case of Metro Neo, there's 25% cost reduction. Metro Neo, 25%. I mean, 40%, something like that. So, I mean, those kinds of models can be thought of. Then we can think of, towards increasing the viability of the metro projects. You can think of harnessing the renewable energy. Many of the metros are going in that particular direction of harnessing at least 40% of the total energy cost from the renewable sources. So these are a few methods through which you can strive towards betterment of the viability of the project, but to imagine that this would be a very profitable project, no. I mean, that was not the intent at the outset. This is meant for the society at large, and it has got a lot of spin-off effect in terms of employment generation, in terms of other tertiary industries that comes up along with the metro project. So it has to be looked at in totality. Therefore, yes, viability is a question that needs to be addressed, and you need to really think of ways and means to increase the efficiency and the productivity of the metro system.
Absolutely, Mr. Banerjee. I think, as you rightly said, there are hardly any metros, or very few metros in the world globally, which are profitable, net cost profitable. Operationally, of course, India also has 3 or 4 metros today which are operationally profitable. But globally, Hong Kong comes to mind, which follows this rail plus property model. So here I would want to bring in Mr. Dudeja, because they are doing something similar or planning something similar for large cities where the station redevelopment program is embarked. So I want to understand from Mr. Dudeja, how are you planning to develop these large stations in the cities where you also integrate the transit-oriented development or the property development with the stations, so that the entire infrastructure is sustainable, financially sustainable?
Thank you for inviting me here. Before that, if I am allowed to supplement what Mr. Amitabh told about metros. Obviously, metro are highly capital-intensive projects, and nobody expects that we can recover the cost of the project from operations and maintenance. But I remember when the first 5-6 kilometer of stretch was opened in 2002 or 3 between that Shastri Park and Shahadra. I read an article in the newspapers where some very prominent newspaper commented, "Do India need such an expensive toy?" So that was the mindset. It is not, today we can't even imagine that Delhi can survive without metro. So it's not the cost. If we remember in 2002, the real estate market of Dwarka, it was hardly, we were able to get a house in 20 lakh rupees. Today you can't get even in 3 crore of rupees. So these are the benefits which society at large will get once connectivity is given. And once connectivity is given, you can always get those benefits. Even government can garner some of these benefits to set off the cost of the project. Means you can charge a cess on the registration of properties in the areas which are being connected by the metro. So these are the areas where we can garner revenues to make the metro sustainable. So that was what I just wanted to supplement, although not my mandate for this today's session. Stations, yes, about stations, you know, every one of us knows how stations came up when railway started. Most of these stations were outside the cities. And they were, because huge land was required, so most of them came in a jungle area where no development was there. But over a period of time, they have become almost like city centers. And the development has taken place on both sides of the station. And today we see we are in the heart of the towns, in the heart of the cities, stations are there. But these are creating kind of obstacle from crossing from one part of the city to the other side of the city. So we have become a barrier between two parts of the city, and we cannot connect the two parts. So government thought that these stations should be developed in an integrated way, so that they integrate the two parts of the town. First part is they should integrate the two parts of the town. Then a lot of development has taken place, unplanned development has taken place very near to these stations. So there have been a lot of connectivity issues. Roads have become highly saturated, or there are no adequate infrastructure for approaching the stations. So if we take the example of New Delhi, I think all of you must have missed a train from Paharganj side once in your life. So when we are now planning New Delhi station, which we have already invited tenders for their construction and EPC, and this being funded by government, fully by the government budget. We have planned a huge road infrastructure around the station. About 23 lane kilometers of elevated roads are being planned all around the station. And we are widening all the roads which are leading to the station. Panchkuya Road, Chelmsford Road, Bhavabhuti Marg, all are being widened by providing railway land for widening the roads. Then we are taking off from Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg directly to the elevated level. From Panchkuya Road, one road which is totally non-functional today, Basant Road, that is being widened. And from there we are taking an elevated road, so that the road traffic which approaches the station from North Delhi, from West Delhi, it can directly approach can directly go to the station without touching the Connaught Place. So our aim when we were planning this station was to decongest Connaught Place, so that people, they can directly reach the station without touching the business area. This was our main aim. Then we are providing a kind of roof plaza, which is a salient feature of all the stations which we are developing. We are not doing any incremental development in the stations. It's a major upgradation, and major upgradation of infrastructure and facilities over the stations. A roof plaza is being provided, like in Delhi, we are providing a roof plaza of about 15 acres over the platforms, where people can sit and wait over the plaza. They can enjoy the ambience of that area. It will be like a airport waiting lounge type. And when your train is about to come, maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes before the arrival of the train, you can get down to the particular platform. You don't need to congest the platform. You don't need to have a uncomfortable standing on the platform for hours where there is no place to even sit. So this is the major plan which we have envisaged in the station development. Government of India has already sanctioned about 55 projects of station development in last two budgets. In supplementary budget of 21-22, they sanctioned a work worth 12,000 crores. And in this current year's budget, they sanctioned about 5,500 crore worth of umbrella work. And 3 works of New Delhi, Mumbai Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus, and Ahmedabad. They have been approved by Cabinet, Union Cabinet on 28th of September this last month, and it's about 12 days, and we have already invited EPC tenders for all the 3 stations. So this is the plan which we envisage in the station development.
Sure. Thank you so much. Mr. Tyagi, I want to bring you here. I want to understand, because you touched upon these new modes of or variants of metro systems, the Metro Neo and Metro Light. In Uttarakhand, for example, these are smaller cities, tier 2 cities. What are the plans? Are we going with the conventional metro system, or are we planning to have the lighter versions of metro, or maybe Metro Neo for implementation?
You see, our master plan is about 100 kilometers, out of which 2 corridors, about 22 kilometers, is in Dehradun, where we have planned Metro Neo. Actually, we planned Metro Light earlier, because this Metro Neo concept has been brought in by Mahua only 2 years back. So after that, we shifted from Metro Light to Metro Neo. But after listening to Mr. Raghu, I'm really worried that are we going to create so much pollution in the air. But in that context, I would like to request Mr. Raghu that you have given a very insight details of this rubber tires systems. Probably it would have been better if a comparison with metro, because metro wheels are also creating pollution. Because when any system, when there is a friction, there will be some wear and tear of the rubber tire here, there is a wear and tear of rail as well as steel. I don't know whether steel particles are more harmful than rubber or they are less harmful. Probably a comparison would have been better. Otherwise, it looks like a one-sided story. For example, in traction system, when I was in Delhi Metro, there was a lot of debate about 25 kVA versus third rail. If you listen to one group, they will always advocate 25 kV elevated system, and the other group will always oppose it, and they will give all positive points of the third rail system. So what is right? Only when the comparison of is given, then only we can probably decide about that part. So, for example, one more very recent thing, late, I think, 70s, when the plastic was brought in, everybody was praising plastic, that our trees will now, we will not be required to cut our trees. And plastic was circulated everywhere, all over the world. After 30 years, you are again back to the same. So that time we did not visualize that what plastic will do. Same thing, what Mr. Raghu also has brought out, that electrical vehicles. What pollution they are going to create, we do not probably know. Similarly, in metro system, we have planned Metro Neo, because Metro Neo costing is almost 60-65% of Metro Light. And it is mainly because of no-frill stations. And signaling system is also not that level where CBTC is not required. It can work on line-of-sight signaling. So Metro Neo is one which we are planning, 22 kilometer. And other than that, we are planning PRT, the spot taxi or battery-operated driverless car. Again, it is a rubber-tire-based system. It is battery-operated system, but that is a much cheaper system, and it is a much faster system. And it can be constructed in a very congested area also. So from those angles, this is a useful system. And probably that system will be useful for as a feeder system also in other parts. But right now, the planning in Uttarakhand is Metro Neo 22 kilometers in Dehradun, and PRT in Hardwar, and also a ropeway system in Dehradun, which we are at planning stage. DPR is under preparation. That will be connecting some part of the city to the Metro Neo system. It will work as a feeder. And why we have chosen ropeway? Because the road in that area is so congested that even PRT cannot be constructed. No construction can be done on the road. So we have to go elevated, and elevated in such a way that you don't occupy the road. So ropeway is one system where you can have towers at maybe 400 meter, 200 meter, 300 meter, even 1 kilometer if you want. So you can avoid the ground uses to the bare minimum. So there we are planning to have this.
And there will be intermodal integration between
intermodal integration. We are connecting ISBT, we are connecting in a railway station. Then we will be connecting all these ropeway, and also third mile connectivity will be provided. I would like to comment, I will take 30 seconds about the viability part of it. Rightly said by Mr. Banerjee that metro systems are not financially viable. And that is why, at the policy level, before this policy of 2017, metro projects were being scrutinized by the MoHUA at internal rate of return, and it should be 8% above. Yeah. Now they are not seeing the financial internal rate of return at all. They are seeing now economic rate of return, because there are so many indirect advantages to the society. Those are to be monetized and accounted for.
That is absolutely true. I think now the mandate is to have an economic internal rate of return of more than 14%. But here comes the question that if most of these projects are not viable, the funding, there's a limited headroom with the government. The state support or the central budgetary support is limited. You can only take enough from multilaterals. In some way, you will have to bring in private sector. So my question to Mr. Amitabh, sir, would be that how do we bring them into the mix? Because to grow this sector, we need investments. And while we know that it's not intrinsically financially viable, but because of the benefits, we need to implement them. So how do we bring in the private sector into the mix?
Yeah. So before I come to that question regarding viability, I would just like to supplement one thing, that the concept of EIRR was there at that point of time also, but that was never the deciding factor. The deciding factor was always the FIRR. And FIRR, very frankly speaking, either in railway system, the conventional railway system, or the metro rail, is absolutely a non-starter, because that is why most of the railway projects, the viability of these projects, what happens is, for these projects to go forward, for initiating these projects, these kinds of TPRs are formed. And these are very, they are formed on very, very optimistic, revenue expectation figures and all. That's why most of the railway projects, you will see, are not viable, including the metro projects. So we need to have a proper due diligence as far as the DPR is concerned, because most of the DPRs go wrong. That is primarily because of very, very optimistic figures that you take for the expected revenues. And those do not fructify. Same is the case with metro, that you anticipate a ridership of so much, say 19 lakhs, only 65,000 is coming. I mean, that's what's happening in Bangalore metro, that's what's happening in Hyderabad metro right now, because of the low ridership. So, I mean, it's not as if it was not known, but probably, same was the case of, I had been in Konkan Railway, I was director of finance in Konkan Railway once. The original DPR that was made was based on the assumption that there will be a lot of tertiary industries along the Konkan belt, and a lot of industries would come up. That never came up. So therefore, the entire viability fell flat. So you need to you need to be alive to these kinds of variables, number one. The FIRR for any metro all over the world is maximum 2 to 3%. This is proven. Now, as far as the question of private entrepreneurship is concerned, you see, this needs a very, very active government intervention. Let me tell you, only private entrepreneurs or private enterprises with deep pockets can sustain a metro project. We had burnt our hands, you'll be remembering, you all Delhiites, the airport metro. It became totally unviable for a private party, and they fled the scene. But what happened? It was not as if they didn't know the outcome, but it was based on a hypothesis, because you have got just two sources of revenue for a metro. One is the fare box revenue, the metro fares, and another is the non-fare box revenue. Now, fare box revenue is, it's limited because you are subject to fare fixation committees, recommendations, and obviously there has to be a cap. since it's a public transport system, there would be a cap. So however much the ridership may be, that won't be enough to really meet both the ends. Then you take recourse to the non-fare box revenue, out of which, the advertisement revenue, the land usage revenue, and all that kind of stuff. Now, it was so optimistically, in the airport line, it was so optimistically estimated at such a high figure, based on the ridership, which never came. And therefore, there was hardly any non-fare box revenue in the airport line, and then the private party had to flee the scene. So the government has to be an enabler. That's what I'm trying to aim at, that you need to be an enabler. You can't be too guarded about it. If you actually require the private sector to step in, yes, there is a lot of scope for private sector to also step in, and there have been cases like the first initial the private enterprise was there in the rapid metro of Gurgaon. It was totally funded by the private sector. Then, of course, on a PPP model, the other metros have come up. The Metro Line 1 of Mumbai, then you have Hyderabad Metro, and so on and so forth. But the point is, you have to understand that Hyderabad Metro is also facing a lot of headwinds. Now, here, the government has to be an enabler. They have to leave something on the table for the private enterprise to step in and be an active player in the metro. So one thing which needs to be done is that, yes, I mean, there are, as rightly pointed out by Mr. Tyagi, that this new national metro rail policy of 2017 actually goes into a very methodical way of really addressing these very critical issues. And one of them is that how to make it viable for a private entrepreneur. So, what we can do is that you can unbundle certain activities. For instance, the operation and maintenance, the portion of metro rail, that can be, hived off to the private sector on a PPP basis or a revenue sharing model. Or you can do, another thing is the unlocking of the land potential. Now, there's a huge parcel of land, both with Indian Railways as well as Metro Rail. You need to unlock the intrinsic value of that land. So this land monetization program, and there is an increasing thrust of Government of India on monetization of assets that lie with Government of India. So various agencies of Government of India. So you need to unlock the intrinsic strength of these land parcels and the other assets that the metro authorities have, and then hive it off to the private sector. There are so many ways of inviting the private sector to be a partner. And while deciding on the revenue sharing formula, and for making the PPP projects viable, you have to leave something on the table for the private sector, which unfortunately doesn't happen, because we are the government functionaries are a bit guarded in that respect, and they are not entirely to blame. Because for that, there's a whole chain. There's a host of oversight authorities who are always on your head. So you think twice, thrice, 4 times before taking a call, and before taking a very entrepreneurial kind of a call. The bureaucrats, unfortunately, it's not that they lack talent, but they unfortunately cannot venture into a very entrepreneurial kind of a call as far as making a disruption in the private model is concerned, in the PPP model is concerned, primarily because of the sometimes the oversight agencies, they go overboard and do not go into the intent of a decision making, and then that sets a lot of, you're all educated people, and you already know about the functioning. So these are the various constraints that actually affect the system. And Government of India, very frankly, Government of India is well invested with these issues, and they are going forward towards resolving these issues. So here there is a lot of initiative that needs to be taken by the government functionaries to invite the private sector and make the projects a viable proposition for the private entrepreneurs.
I think we are running short of time, but I will have one last question for Mr. Dudeja before I open it up for the audience. Mr. Dudeja, Mr. Banerjee mentioned about unlocking the value of land. And we all know RLDA has a lot of land bank. So are there any guidelines which are being framed at RLDA, or is there a policy level understanding of how do you want to monetize, or how do you want to maximize the value of land which RLDA is holding currently?
See, RLDA, as you know, it has got presence in the entire country. And railway, as rightly told by Mr. Banerjee, is sitting on a very precious land bank right in the hearts of most of the cities of the country. But we have been given some land which have been declared surplus by Indian Railways. We are working at an arm's length from Indian Railways. Whatever land they decide, they declare that it is beyond their requirement of operational use, they hand it over to us for long-term monetization. and we, after working on the product mix, what is suitable for that area and what best value can be taken out of that land, and we do our due diligence and go to the market through open bidding. And if I share with you some records, in 2019-20, we broke all our records of leasing of lands. Till then, we leased out about 1,553 crore worth of land to private players. And this year, it was followed by COVID, and our activities as real estate market went down. So our activities slowed down due to COVID. Last year, we awarded lease contracts worth 600 crores only. But in the 6 months of this current year, we have already broken our previous record of 1920, and we have already awarded lease contracts worth 1,800 crores to the private players. So we have been given the mandate to redevelop colonies also by using the surplus FAR available in the colonies. As you know, our colonies are spread out over huge tracts of land in the form of single-story, double-story buildings. So we are planning for high-rise buildings over there, and giving the surplus FAR to the developers for monetizing and also developing our colonies, and over and above we are earning out of that also. So this year we have already awarded about, I think, 7 colonies we have already awarded, some in Ludhiana, Bareilly, Chennai, in Howrah, in Lucknow, so in Gorakhpur. So these colonies we have already given for redevelopment, and we are also getting revenue out of that. For current year, we had set a target of 5,000 crore worth of leasing in this current year. We expect that we are on the way to achieving our target. But the thinking now is that first we should develop the stations, because most of our land is very near to the stations. And once stations become city centers, this will give a better value for our assets very near to the station. With that thinking, Government of India has already sanctioned the station development program by its own funding, and we will be able to realize much more than what we expect today after we develop these stations. Like in New Delhi itself, we expect to develop around 25 lakh square meter of space right in the heart of the town, out of which 14 lakh square meter will be given for commercial and residential use for the private. 11 lakh will be used for station as well as for our own office and residential purposes. So this is how we are going about in most of the towns. We have prepared master plans for all the stations where we are developing our stations, taking into account the future commercial potential of the entire land surrounding that station. And once our station development program, as it is already taken off, we are now in the process of making bid documents for monetization and commercial development of these land parcels.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Dudeja. So I would want to open this up now for the delegates. Anyone has a question, please raise your hand and ask, and please call out to who you want to address this question to.
My name is Venkatesha Chaturvedi. I am from DFCCIL. I just want to ask Mr. Tuteja sir, how are you considering the Honorable Prime Minister Gati Shakti policy regarding land parcel, surplus land parcel?
Let me just correct you. I am from RLDA, not DFCC.
I am from DFCC.
Okay. Okay. As you know, Prime Minister Gati Shakti mission, it envisages integration of 16 ministries and to have an integrated approach of development so that there is no duplicacy. Suppose today I am doing work and I am laying a cable. Tomorrow you come there and break the road and then break that cable and then next agency comes again. So it is about integrated working. That is about PM Gati Shakti. And as you know, the logistic cost in the country today is about 13 to 14% of GDP. That is the figure I remember. And the mission of this PM Gati Shakti as well as the new logistic policy, national logistic policy which has just come into force. It is to bring down the cost of logistics down to one single digit, so below 10%, as soon as possible. So that is about the logistics and Gati Shakti. Because we are into RLDA, we are directly not dealing with the freight operations. Passenger operation being the authority for station development, we are dealing with that station development, and we look into the concept of multi-modal transport integration. So wherever we are developing our stations, we are ensuring that it is integrated with metro, it is integrated with the bus BRT, or like in Ahmedabad, we are integrating it with this bullet train, we are integrating it with metro, we are integrating it with BRT. And in Delhi also, we are integrating it with both the metro lines, like we have got an Airport Express line station over there, and this yellow line metro station is there. So we are integrating with both these stations, our New Delhi station. And we are providing adequate bus bays, about 90 bus bays we are providing on both sides, 50 bus bays on Ajmeri Gate side, and about 41 bus bays on the Paharganj side, in our multi-level car parking itself. We are having, in fact, MMTH on both sides of the station, where ground level provides for bus bays, then next 4 levels provide for cars, autos, taxis, and top 3 floors are for our offices. So all our offices which we are creating, which we are now having in the New Delhi area, they will come in these 2 towers only. So wherever they are spread out, they will get integrated on those 2 places. So that is how we are integrating with the city. We are trying to integrate our station with the city and trying to create a city center for the people where all the needs of the people can be addressed there itself. And under national TOD policy, the land is being developed under mixed use, where we intend to have a concept of walk to work. So we don't need much of transport to work within that area. People are living there, they are working there only. And because it is integrated with airport, so people can just come for business meetings. They don't need to have any vehicle to go in the city. We will be providing city centers there itself. People can have meetings on the station itself and go back to their places by using public transport without using any road vehicles.
Sir, but station like New Delhi and Mumbai, they are having a very huge traffic of a parcel, daily parcel. So what is the planning for handling of a parcel traffic?
You see, the parcel specials, that we are trying that they should be handled separately, not as a part of the passenger trains, because they are dedicated parcel trains which can be handled separately. But there are parcels which are handled by the trains itself. There is 1 or 2 coaches which are kept for high-value parcels in the trains, in the passenger trains itself. There we are providing dedicated corridors for parcel handling.
Actually, New Delhi station is very close to Old Delhi station. Aerial distance is very less. Like in airports, we have major station interconnectivity. Do you envisage that for Old Delhi, New Delhi, and maybe say Nizamuddin or any other station?
Okay, they are already connected by trains.
That is all right, but aerially you are saying you are planning so many kilometers of roads around New Delhi.
No, it is basically for easing out the traffic at New Delhi station itself. We cannot have elevated roads all over the city. That is वो नहीं उसका solution तो इसमें नहीं, हर चीज़ का solution एक जगह तो possible शायद नहीं है कि elevated road अगर city की होंगी तो that cannot obviously become the part of station development. It is for the particular station and area around the station. We have studied the traffic in 800-meter radius around the station, and we have catered to that 800-meter radius, which is covered under national TOD policy. All development, including Paharganj, including that Ajmeri Gate side area, which is as of now developed very haphazardly. We have planned for traffic projections for all those developments coming up in the coming 40 to 50 years.
Well, I'll just request your indulgence for one more minute. You know, I'll not do justice to my presence out here if I do not talk about business as far as our organization is concerned. So many people have got this misconception that IRFC is basically meant for financing Indian railways. That's not the case. You see, the basic mandate of IRFC is to provide funds to any sector which has a backward/forward linkage with Indian railways. And that covers almost the entire gamut of activity, including metros. So what I would exhort all the metro authorities are that once you are done with the JICA funding, and if you fall short, please do approach us. And IRFC would be too, glad and eager, because you need to talk shop, especially when you have been given this platform. So I would exhort all the metros, and they are absolutely welcome. As if the viability is there, from our standpoint, because we are a nil NPA company, so we have to look after the strength of the financial strength of that particular project. You are most welcome, and we will be extremely glad to contribute towards the development of the metro movement in India. Thank you.